Hello, my name is Ankita, and today we are going to be building an entire full stack AI SaaS application, which is software as a service app using some of the best modern tools out there. We will be building an app that will turn your video into captivating SEO friendly blog posts in seconds using the power of AI. You will also be able to edit that blog post using a rich Markdown editor, repurpose that content as a blog post, and also will be able to download it in Markdown format. Remember, this is a complete SaaS application, so you will learn how to integrate payments using Stripe, including payment links, Stripe webhooks, connecting your custom pricing table, and subscriptions. And all the software that we will be using to make your SaaS app successful, including landing pages, pricing, authentication, user management, UI components, database, SEO, will all be provided to you, and you will be able to copy paste that code in your application. If you've been wanting to make that extra side income like these guys, then this is definitely the video for you. And when I say entire business, I mean it. You will learn how to build this full stack AI SaaS using Next.js, which is one of the most popular React frameworks out there. And we will be using the latest tech in Next.js, such as the app router, server components and client components, server actions, and all the good stuff that Next.js has to offer. We will be using Clerk for a robust authentication layer, and frankly, Auth is so much simpler now as Clerk takes care of all the complexity for us. And this video is also kindly sponsored by Clerk. So you will learn how to create API routes using Next.js and also create, update, and delete data using NeonDb, which offers a complete database solution for your application. Not just this, we will also be using Zod for complex form management and runtime validations. We will be using UploadThing built by Theo for secure file uploads. We will be using TypeScript instead of JavaScript, and using OpenAI for all the AI magic that this specific app offers. And you will be building a beautiful app that provides real-time updates using toast notifications. We will be utilizing ShadCN UI library for our component library, which is a really cool, popular UI library, alongside TailwindCSS for making this app a slick, responsive application. And lastly, together we will also be deploying this app to Vercel, so you will be able to ship your AI SaaS application right away. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Let me quickly give you a demo of the app that we are building, Speakeasy AI. This blog post will convert your video or voice into a blog post in seconds with the power of AI. It will convert your words into captivating blog posts. Now we are on the landing page of Speakeasy AI. This is a really cool visual to show you how it works. You upload a video, there will be some AI magic, and it will convert into a blog post. We are using Stripe pricing, and right now it has two plans, basic and pro. This is a subscription. So you will be getting charged $10 a month or $19.99 per month, depending on what you pick. In this case, the limitation is 3 blog posts with 3 transcriptions, versus in this case, it's unlimited blog posts with unlimited transcriptions. If you click on either of these links, you could actually enter your credit card details and then sign up. In my case, I already have a user, a basic plan. So let's just go with that. So let's just go to sign in. We are using Clerk for authentication. We could sign in with GitHub or Google, or use password as well to sign in, as well as passkeys. Now, I am going to utilize a user that has passkeys created. I'm going to use my Touch ID on my laptop to sign in, and this has allowed me to sign in to the dashboard, for example. It tells me that I'm on a basic plan. I can start creating amazing content. I can upload audio or video file and let AI do the magic. Here, I'm going to pick a file and click on this specific example. And let's go ahead and transcribe it. This gives us really cool notifications that it is actually uploading the file. Transcription is in progress, because as the user is waiting, we really don't want users to keep waiting around. So in that case, we really need to just show notifications like that. And just like that, woohoo, your AI blog post is created, and we can also dismiss the notification as well. Now, this allows us to edit our post as well before we could go ahead and export and download it. Now, I don't like the title Unleashing. I like the power of Zod with schema validation, and I'm just going to get rid of all of this. For instance, if there are any mistakes made, so embracing Zod, for instance. I don't like the title. Also powers us with TypeScript validation. And I can just edit this post anyhow I like. This is completely in Markdown. So now, instead of this specific post, this essence of Zod, if I want to make it H3 or H4, then I can easily do that, including H1 as well. So this is fully Markdown supported, so you could edit it in Markdown. You could tweak the blog post however you like, and you could just go ahead and update the text. And now, when you refresh the page, my title and all the edits that I made to this specific blog post is also updated. So that's really nice that we also have edit your post functionality built in that you're going to learn as well. Now I can just download it, and it has downloaded the blog post as well that we could just easily view, for instance. So if I were to move this blog post, if I were to pull my desktop, go here, and I could just see the same blog post, the power of schema validation itself. Right. So now we already have a markdown blog post that we could easily download. At the same time, I could go to this specific modal and manage my account, go to security, set password if I like, and all of this is managed with Clerk. I could also add an additional email address, change security settings, or even go to manage billing to update my subscription. Now, if I go back to pricing, I'm taken back to pricing. But now, if I go to Speak Easy, it already tells me that I have a subscription. So a user is not going to buy something accidentally if they already have a subscription. We could go to your posts, and this just shows you the three posts that we already have as well. We give the users one additional post here. Now, we could also just sign out completely and then sign back in with Google, for instance, and we get the same experience here. We get the three blog posts that the user has added. We could read more and update anything that we want as well. Now, let's say I go to upload a video and add another blog post, for instance. I'm just going to add this one and hit transcribe. It's uploading the file, which is going to get uploaded to UploadThing. It's transcribing the file, it's generating the AI blog post, and the blog post is created for us. So, this is the read blog post. Now, if I go to upload a video, now we see you need to upgrade to the basic plan or the pro plan to create blog posts with the power of AI. So now it's limiting us to basically upgrade our account. Then only we can create a blog post. I can go to pricing and upgrade my account if I like. So this is the app that we are building. It is a complete AI SaaS application, and you will be learning everything from pricing to creating the landing page to authentication to everything that you need to ship this app to production to build a full fledged business on the side. So I'm really excited to get started. So let's do it. After teaching over 10,000 students Next.js, delivering several Next.js workshops, and building production ready Next.js applications, I have been asked what are my best tips, some best practices that I would recommend. So this specific channel is definitely a compilation of a lot of that, but also I have tried to compile them in 10 digestible tips via this free course. If you want to level up your Next.js skills, then please sign up here by heading to nextjsworkshop.dev/hot-tips. These are going to be some easy to follow tips, and it's going to be the most fun way to learn Next.js. And don't worry, all of these tips will also be compiled into a downloadable guide towards the end of the course as well, so you can have them handy and access it. So please sign up if you're interested, because I'm very, very close to wrapping it up. Let's quickly take a look at the app architecture. So we would be able to piece together exactly how all the components in our application work, so that when we get to building these individual components, you know exactly what we're up to. So we have a few components in our application. One is pricing, auth, upload, and edit. Now, this specific app doesn't allow any free trials or any free users. So, in order for you to access this, you definitely need to try the basic plan or the pro plan. For example, if we head over to dashboard, then here in pricing, we either have to purchase the basic plan or the pro plan, pay $10 or $19.99 per month. It's a subscription. Then Stripe is going to kick in the minute we click on either of these options, and Stripe will give us a Stripe checkout. Now, in order for us to get the Stripe checkout, we're going to use payment links, Stripe payment links. I'll show you how to create them, but they're essentially ways for us to create links to the checkout. That's why they're called payment links. Link to payments. Once we enter our credit card details in checkout, and this is how the checkout looks like. For example, the Stripe checkout here, we enter our details. Once we do that, then our payment is successful. And what's going to happen is we're also going to create a webhook that's always going to be listening to Stripe events. Stripe has a bajillion events, but we are only going to listen to checkout session completed and customer subscription deleted. In a case where a user has successfully purchased our plan, then this specific event is going to get triggered because they just completed their session, their checkout session. But in the case where subscription has been deleted, the customer has deactivated the plan, then we want to deactivate the user as well. So let's see what we do here. When the checkout session is completed, we are going to get the Stripe customer details. We are then going to check if this specific user already exists in the database or not. If this user does exist, in the case of checkout session completed, then we are going to, if it does not exist, then we are going to create the NeonDB user because they just purchased. Now, ideally, no one's going to buy the plan again, so we're only going to handle this specific scenario where if they don't exist in the database but they have a Stripe subscription, this means we need to create that specific user. But let's say they go ahead and deactivate our service, then in that case, we want to deactivate the user as well. But again, we are going to get the Stripe customer details. We are going to check if the user exists. If yes, then deactivate the user. All right. Now, let's talk about the auth component. The user has now successfully created the plan and they are going to go ahead and log in. But the login is in fact taken care of by Clerk. Clerk manages all the users for us. It's an auth management layer. So when we click on sign in, this is the Clerk hosted sign in modal. Then the user is gonna sign in. And in this case, we have the option to log them in through GitHub, Google, or email address, or they can choose to sign up as well. Either way, once they do have an account on Clerk, then we are going to check in that moment, hey, does this user exist? If this Clerk user does exist, then we're going to connect the database user. We're going to create a user record, or the fact that we have already done that here, we're going to create the database, connect the database user to the Clerk authentication user. So we know that they are the same user. But then if it does not exist, this means they're just trying to sign in without having an account. In that case, we are going to ask them to upgrade to basic or pro. All right, so now we know how pricing works, how we know how authentication works. Let's talk about the exciting upload feature. In this case, as the user uploads the file, which could be a video file, for example, we have an MP4 file, and then Zord validation is going to kick in just to ensure that this specific file has the right format so that we are not sending invalid data to the server. Once we validate the file using Zord, then we are going to upload it to a service called as UploadThing. UploadThing is essentially a wrapper around Amazon S3. It makes uploads really fast and secure. And it's also built by Theo, so you can trust it. UploadThing is honestly really great as well, and we will talk about why later, but one of the reasons is the first of all, the docs are amazing and it connects to exactly how your brain functions. So more on that later. Once we upload the file to UploadThing, we're going to get a file URL, which we're then going to use to transcribe the file, which we're then going to send it to Whisper AI. Whisper AI is going to get us the transcriptions, and then we are going to generate the blog post with OpenAI. Now we have the transcripts. We are then going to store it in the database so that now we don't need to call these additional services, their job is done. But user also has the ability to edit their text as well. So for example, if we sign in here and go to your posts and click on the specific option, for example, we can easily go ahead and edit any text we want. So for example, I don't want this keyword. I'm just going to update the text and it's updated. So if I refresh the page, we don't see that word in the title either. So this specific edit functionality, the way it works is we are going to use a Markdown editor, and whatever changes the user makes, we are going to retrieve the blog post ID for that specific user and then essentially update the Markdown itself. Now, this is a fully functional Markdown editor, so I could just type in Markdown and it is going to get formatted accordingly. For example, if I use this and so on. So, going back to how we had it, and it has been updated. So that's exactly how the Markdown editor works, and we are going to update the blog post accordingly as well. And then we also have the option to view our posts in our post route as well. And then upload video is on the dashboard here. So these are pages that we need to additionally build to, alongside a beautiful landing page as well. But that's exactly how the architecture of our app is going to work. There are too many pieces here, but don't worry. We will be learning. I'll be showing you how exactly to build each one of the components. All right, let's go ahead and create our Next.js app. Now, we will be using the Next.js app router for this specific application. But Next.js has a pages router as well, which you could use, but some of the functionality that we would be using won't be available in the pages router, such as server actions and server components and so on. In order for you to follow along, definitely stick to the app router. Now, here, let's go to the installation section and copy this command and head over to our terminal. Paste it, and let's call our project Speak Easy AI. Feel free to call whatever you like. We're going to use TypeScript. We are going to use ESLint. We're going to say yes to majority of these things. We will be using TailwindCSS. We won't be using the source directory. We will be using the app router. This is where I told you we will be using the app router, and we don't want to customize anything. So this is going to install the dependencies such as React and Next, as well as the dev dependencies such as TypeScript, types for all of the above. And also will set up Tailwind for us. So let's go ahead and change our directory, and let's go ahead and also open up our Visual Studio Code editor. Now, Visual Studio Code is going to be the editor of my choice, but feel free to use whatever you like. For example, I also have the cursor command here, so I could use cursor to write my application, but we're not going to. Let's just stick to VS Code here. Now, let's just stick to VS Code here. Let's open up our app. And here, let's quickly give you a walkthrough of the specific project. We have the app folder. That's because we're using the Next.js app router. We have the node modules where all our dependencies and dev dependencies are installed. We have the public folder, which is going to be the assets folder, or a place where you want public assets to be there. For example, or for a place where public assets are stored. So for example, the next.svg and versal.svg files are in fact in the public folder. We have eslint.json file, which is basically a linter file. Anything that we want to ignore will be here. We have a next config file, which is essentially configuration for our Next.js project. So if you want to tweak it, then we can use it. If you want to tweak our next config, then we can tweak it. We are going to for a bunch of stuff, but more on that later. We have the package.json file, which has dependencies and dev dependencies. We have post CSS config. This is necessarily used for. We have our post CSS config, which is essentially a tool for transforming CSS, for auto prefixing, future CSS syntax, modules, linting, and so on. So Tailwind CSS uses that. We have the README of our project. We have the Tailwind config file, just like we have next config, which is a configuration for Next.js project. We have our Tailwind file, which is a configuration for our Tailwind project. And we have our tsconfig JSON file, And we have our tsconfig JSON file, which essentially indicates how our project is set up. So, for example, what are the paths, what to ignore, what to include, and so on. Then we also have our tsconfig file, which is essentially our TypeScript configuration file. It is usually in the root of our TypeScript project, which this is. And it essentially allows you to configure how the TypeScript compiler is going to process our TypeScript code. So these are all the different values for how the TypeScript compiler is going to work. So now that we have a good understanding of the project, let's go ahead and start it. So we are going to start by running a command called npm run dev, and let's head to hello. Now let's head to localhost 3000 here. Well, we have our Next.js app ready to go. This is essentially the default page. So if you head over to our VS Code, go to the app directory, a page.tsx file is essentially the root file in a specific project. Now, Next.js has specific file conventions such as layout file, page.tsx file. Whenever you want to expose a route to the Next.js app router, you want to call your file page.tsx. Whenever you want that specific page to wrap a specific layout or a specific configuration, for example, if you want it to wrap a header or a footer, then you want to also add a layout.tsx file. Now, layout.tsx, which is directly inside the app directory, it's in the root. It's essentially a wrapper for our entire application. This is where we have the HTML and body elements, and this is where we will also additionally configure our fonts and so on as well. Speaking of fonts, we are going to use IBM Plex Sans font. Again, feel free to use whatever you like. So in order for us to do that, we are going to call this IBM Plex Sans, wrap it up, and the minute you add IBM Plex Sans, let me also go ahead and turn off Git Copilot. Whenever you want to resolve this specific error, you can just hover over it and then you say that you want to make sure that wait is declared, wait is missing in type. So we can specify what weight we want to add. So we can just add that specific weight in an array. These are the different font weights and the fonts that will be imported here. So in our case, we want the weight of 300, 400, 500, and again, all of these strings and 600. We don't want this to be 4,000. We want it to be 400. So these are all the different files and not 600. We want 700. These are all the different weights that we would like for the specific font. And we are calling this inter, but we can just call this font. Or let's just call this font sans to be more specific. All right. If when we go back to our code and refresh the page, you can see that the font, you can see that the font has changed a little bit, but you can see that the font has changed a little bit. All right, so now next, let's go ahead and install a component library called as ShadCN UI. Now, this specific component library is incredibly popular, and here's why. You can basically get beautifully designed components once you install the library. These components are going to get downloaded into your local folder, and then you have full control over the source code. There is no this is not that type of a library which will manage all the components for you. You still have to manage it. Remember, it's a component library. So let's go ahead and install this specific ShadCN UI. All the components on the page are going to utilize this. So once we are able to get it, download the components, then we can configure it the way we like. So let's head over to docs, head over to the installation section, click on Next.js because that's the project we're using. That's the framework we're using. Again, we already have app. So let's just go ahead and run ShadCN UI here. Now let's stop the server and paste this. Again, let's just go with the default values. You don't want to say no here, you want to say yes. And this is going to create a components.json file and initialize project with ShadCN. So if we were to take a look, Then we have a components or JSON file, which has the configuration for ShadCN library, so it knows exactly where all our files are located. For example, Tailwind config is located in the root. Globals.css file is in fact located directly inside the app directory, and so on. At the same time, it has created aliases for components and utils as well. And that's because it has also added a additional util called as CN, which is essentially a way for us to merge, different Tailwind classes in JS without any styling conflicts. So that's pretty awesome, and it has already installed that for us. Now, going back to ShadCN, let's also follow step 4. They use Inter as font, but remember we are using IBM Plex Sans, so we have replaced it. But regardless, what we can do is we can just copy what they have here. So instead of subsets, we want a variable font sans. And I like what they did here. They are saying import Inter as font sans. So let's just copy this, move to the project, and all we need to do is copy as font sans here, and then here it's just going to be font sans that could be used. Then they're exposing a variable, so let's just expose that as well, and we will be using the specific variable later on. So for example, over here in class name, you just want to replace it. So this specific class name is going to get replaced with font sans.variable. And we also want to import CN that we just saw, which combines a bunch of styles together, bunch of classes together from libutils that ShadCN created. All right, now we have this. Now we also need to configure the font family in Tailwind config file. So let's just copy this and go to Tailwind config file and move it in the extents itself. We want to import font family as well, which we could retrieve from TailwindCSS default theme. All right. So extend is going to extend the existing design system that Tailwind comes with. So if we were to look at Tailwind docs, for example, Tailwind docs is essentially a utility first CSS frameworks, and it comes with a bunch of different class names, and you can think of these different class names as a combination of styles. For example, PT4 is going to add padding top of 4, which is going to map to a specific value in the design system. So if we head over to the components, if we head over to the docs, then over here, you can see how Tailwind follows a utility first fundamental, which means that it's going to just give us utilities and we have to use it. It also has a design system. So, for example, these are the different prefixes. We're going to focus on mobile first instead of desktop. So, by default, we're going to design for whatever default values are there, are going to be for a mobile. But then we need to add additional breakpoint prefixes for design it for desktop. Similarly, they also have theme values as well. And then they have different colors that we could utilize. And all of these are design system values that we could use. So what we're doing here is we're extending the font family that Tailwind comes with, and then adding our font sans, which is what we had exposed over here. All right, so now going back to ShadCN, here we have everything. Now let's also go ahead and add a button just to make sure everything works as expected. We are installing a button from ShadCN. Let's also start a server, go back to our app and refresh the page. You can see how a lot of the fonts have changed. And at the same time, let's go to page.tsx file and pretty much get rid of everything. And let's just add the button that we added from ShadCN. And the button got added from components UI folder. So whenever you add a button or any other component from ShadCN UI library, then it will get added to the UI directory inside of components. And you can see over here the button code entirely. Now remember that ShadCN is essentially a wrapper on Radix UI. So it makes creating components a lot easier. So remember that as well as we use ShadCN. All right, so now here, let's just give it some class name of 12. And now you can see this is an empty button. So if we give it say hi button text, then you can see hi button did get created. And we can also pass in different variant values such as default, destructive, ghost as a link, and so on. So if we want a destructive button, then it's going to automatically change the styles for it. That's exactly how ShadCN UI works. But we're not just limited to button though. We have a bunch of different components that we could utilize from ShadCN UI library. All right, so now that we have basic project ready to go. So now, congrats, we have now a basic project ready to go. The first step we need to take is to implement this landing page. Because after a good landing page, we would have links to all the other boards, dashboard, upload a video, your post page, pricing page, and so on, all in one place, a connection to all. So let's go ahead and build that. So, so let's go ahead and build that. Now, we have a simple button here on the page. What we want to do is build a UI. Let's go ahead and align my window so that we can build the pages alongside writing some code as well. So all we have here is a button. So now let's go ahead and start building this page further. But first, let's just create a really good styling for our application. Now, Tailwind uses three different layers. Base, we have two base layers, and we have a components layer as well as a utilities layer. Base is when you want to extend the HTML elements. For example, if you want to extend H1, H2, and so on, then you want to create base. You want to create components whenever you want to combine a bunch of Tailwind utilities together. Then you want to use components. And then whenever you want to create a custom utility that combines two CSS styles together, that's when you want to use utilities. In our case, let's extend the base. Now let's extend this base here. So let's extend this base here. So first we're gonna style the H1. What we want to do is whenever we are on a mobile device, we want the text to be smaller, but as the styling as this but as we are on desktop or tablet, we want the size to be different. So let's just do that. So here we're just gonna do 4XL, medium is gonna be 6XL, and then XL is gonna be 7XL. And if we hover over it, then font size is gonna be 4.5 rem, line height is 1 on wider, bigger devices. We want the font to be bold. Now for H2, let's do something similar. Apply, and this is gonna apply the specific style, text XL. Large is gonna be text 4XL, and then font medium. Same thing for H3. Now, even though we would want the importance, that is H3 as heading 3, we could still have the sizes to be bigger as well. So let's just do large, text 4XL here, and then font medium. And then for links, we want all of them on hover to have a cursor pointer. This will add the style to be cursor to be pointer. So it will be there will be like a hand, for example, just like this one. And then for button, we are going to have hover again as cursor point BG purple 600. And then hover is going to be BG purple 700. We're going to use whatever colors we get from Tailwind. And then if you go to the top, we don't want anything in the body, so let's just get rid of it. You're not going to see any major difference over here. So let's go ahead and start building the page. So let's add a margin auto with full, inset 0, h full, bg, and this is where we're going to give a radial gradient. So we can say, and this is where we're going to give a radial gradient. So we can say radial gradient and give it a custom color, E5, E7, EB, 1 pixel, comma, transparent, underscore 1 pixel. Similarly, we're going to have background size to be 16 pixel, underscore 16 pixel. All right, beautiful. So we have this, no changes yet. Now let's go ahead and add the individual pieces. So first we're going to have a banner. Then we are going to have a divider. Now this divider is essentially going to be these three dots that we have. So we'll just move that into a divider file. We can close this. Then we will have a how it works section. We will have again another divider. We will have a pricing section, and then we will have a divider again. We will also have a footer as well. So none of these are defined. So let's go to the components folder and let's create a new folder here called as home and move all of these there. So we can say banner dot tsx and nothing will happen here, but we need to component here. And then as we build these pages, we can create new files. So now let's go to banner. Now the top section is going to be called the banner. This is going to be called the header as well. So we need that. So let's do trc. So now here, let's create a new component. Let's just do trc, which is going to create a TypeScript React component. So here we can call this banner. Same thing here too. So let's create a new component called as, let's call this banner. So now this banner is going to be a section, and then in large devices, we're going to have a max width of 6 XL, then margin auto, flex call, and so on. And before we add any code here, let's just add hi banner here. And then let's add import banner from home. There you go. Hi banner did show up here. Now we're going to see flex call, Z0, items center, justify center. Padding is going to be 28. And in small, padding is going to be 32. We're going to have a transition all and animate in. Now let's add H1, which is going to be turn your words into captivating blog posts. And we definitely want captivating to be a bit different. So we're going to have a span here. There you go. So for example, we want captivating to be with an underline. So we want to mention that as well. So let's just close this file, close this one too. And then for captivating, we're going to have underline offset. So it's not too tight. Decoration is going to be dash because we want a dashed underline. And then the underline color is going to be 200, for example. So now there's a nice dashed captivating underline. All right. Similarly, we also need an 2. And for this one, we're going to have convert your video. So let's just copy this. Actually, convert your video into AI blog posts. Perfect. Now for this one, we just want it to be centered, the text to be centered. Padding is going to be 4, large padding is going to be 0 as we have a lot of space there. Similarly, in large and above devices, we want it to be max width of 4XL. All right, so now we have our text as well as our heading 2. Now let's add some class name to H1 as well. We want py6 and text center. Look at that. It's looking pretty good. It's very similar to this. Now let's add a button as well. And this specific button is going to be the get speakeasy button here. Now this button is in fact going to be a link because we want it to redirect to the pricing page. So we are going to say that the variant is going to be link for the ShadCN button. So we're going to wrap it up in a link Next.js link component with an href of /hash pricing. And we can say get speak easy here. So we have the button here. We just need to add the styling. And this next link component really is a powerful component because it allows us to link between different elements. And before things come in the viewport, next link is automatically going to fetch the content and only going to display the content that's in viewport. So it's really gives us really good performance. Now for the button, let's add a class name. And here we're just gonna say empty6, text XL, rounded. We want to be rounded. Big px12, padding vertical to be 8, large 20, bg gradient to r, from purple 600 to indigo 600. This is just going to create a really nice gradient on hover we want it to be the inverse. So we want, and that's what creates that nice hover effect. So 600, and then hover is going to be to purple 600. And then text is going to be white. So you can see how it already looks. So when you hover, the colors changes the direction. And then font, bold, shadow, excel, or rather large. Hover is going to be no underline because this is a link. There you go. The button is looking really good. It also goes to the pricing page, but there is no pricing. So here we are. All right. So now we also have a icon here, which is this specific right arrow icon. And the good thing for us is because ShadCN uses Radix UI and also a couple other libraries such as Tailwind Merge and so on, it also uses another library called as Lucid React. And this specific library is essentially a implementation of the Lucid icon library for React applications. And it's really nice because we could just get all the different icons from here. So if you want arrow right, we can just we know what the name of this is, and we can just directly use it. So let's just wrap this up in a span and just call this relative, and we're gonna give it an arrow right, and see how it's already installed, and that's because of ShadCN. So we could just get the icon that we want by just importing it, because it gets imported as React components. And now we're gonna have absolute, bottom 1, left 0, width is gonna be full, h is gonna be 0.5, and if we go back to our application, for example, pg white, transform, scale x 0, transition, transform, duration 300, origin is going to be left, group hover is going to be scale x 100, and so on. So now you can see that it's looking a lot better. And right after this, we're going to add arrow right again, and we just want this class name to animate pulse. And now that we have this, let's just give it a class name of flex gap 2 items center. There you go. And what if we were to just get rid of this completely now that we have a span? So now let's add the text get speak easy. So we can just pretty much get rid of this. We don't need it. Right, and now it has this nice animate pulse that we see over here too to show some action. All right, so now we have a banner component ready to go. Let's also add the header now on top. So for that, let's create a component called as header.tsx, and let's just call TypeScript React component header, for example. And this header component is gonna be wrapped with layout because we want this to be in we want this everywhere. So we can just say header, import it, and then add it right above children. Let's wrap children in main. All right, so now with the header component, for the header component, if you see, we have a nice little ghost icon, the name of the logo, we have pricing, your post, a bunch of links, and my photo, which will come later with authentication. But for now, we're going to build the rest of the functionality. So first of all, this is going to be a nav element with a class name of container, flex item center, justify between px8, py4, x auto, and there's gonna be a div for logo, for example, which is gonna be speakeasy. So now all the links are clickable. So let's just wrap this up in a link component with an href of root, for example, and then a class name of transition colors, duration 200, and then let's leave it at that. And then let's just say text gray 200 or 600,
but then hover is going to be text purple 500. There you go. So when you hover over it, it's purple. Now Speakeasy also has a little ghost icon as well that we could utilize, for example, which is this one. We have two options. We could just see if there is a ghost icon here, which you could totally use, for example, and this becomes the ghost icon, and then we wrap it up in a span. Here we're gonna have flex, item center, gap 2, shrink 0, for example. And then on this one, we can just add hover, rotate 12, transform, so that way there's a nice animation, transition, duration is going to be 200, and then ease in out. Again, this specific animation is added because of animations added by ShadCN. All right, so now for Speakeasy, let's also add a span, and then add a class name, font extra bold, and then text to be large. There you go. So you can see how there's this nice effect, for example. But here's the thing, we don't want a ghost icon from Lucid React. We in fact wanted an icon. So what we could do is we could just copy that. So right now we have a icon called favicon.ico. We could delete it. And then instead of app, I'm going to paste a icon called icon.ico. Feel free to create whatever you like or grab it from the GitHub, for example. So I'm going to use that instead. So instead of ghost, we're going to use the Next.js image component here. And the source is going to be /icon.ico. Alt is going to be Speakeasy. Logo. Width will be 32. Height will be 32. And there you go. We have this nice little ghost icon that rotates as we hover. All right, so now we have header coming together as well. So what we need is a few more links. What we want is this specific div to be left aligned, but rest everything should be in the center and right aligned, for example, equidistant. So we need to say flex 1 to this one, so that the rest of the divs are not that way. So here we have flex, large, justify, center, gap 2, large, gap 12, large, item, center. This is where our link for pricing is going to be. So it's going to be pricing, for example. There you go. And then you're going to have one more link, which is going to be posts. And this is going to be your posts. Now keep this in mind. This specific link only needs to show when the user is logged in, otherwise not. So for now, we're going to enable all the links. Later on, when we implement authentication, we can hide accordingly. All right, so now that we have this, let's also copy the link class names to another one. Or right here, let's just create a nav link abstraction, a tiny component here. And let's just say link, and that's it, with href as props. And this is gonna be nav link right there. Now nav link is gonna have an href, which is gonna be href here as well. So href is gonna be slash, for example. And then we also need to take in the children prop. So children prop, everything will get displayed over there as well. Now we need to add a type here. So href is going to be a string, and then children going to be react.react node, because it can be any React nodes, for example, any React elements. All right, so now what we could do is just replace this with nav link. That's it. Now we need another div here, and let's just call this flex large of the end and large flex 1. And here we're going to have another div which will have our nav link for dashboard. It's going to be slash dashboard, and here we can say upload a video. There it is. So this way, these two are in the center. This one is on the right hand side. Now for this one, we're going to have it a class name. But then we also need profile, which can go here. So for example, profile can stay here. User profile, which we'll implement later on. So for that, we'll have flex gap to item center. There you go. Now we will have one more link here, which is again going to be a nav link that we just created with href to be sign in. Again, we will implement this. This is going to be slash sign in, whatever that route might be, for example. Again, will come part of authentication. So sign in is also right here. Now remember this, we won't show upload a video unless a user is signed in. So for now, this is a bit squishy, but that's totally okay. Later on, it's going to be fine once we implement everything. All right, so our header is looking pretty good. Now we have a banner, we have a header, but a banner also has a nice dotted background. At the same time, it also has a nice gradient. So let's look into implementing that. So there's a bunch of gradient code and SVG code that we might have to add here. But so for now, I'm just going to paste it. So if you go in page, I'm just going to paste in the SVG code here. So if I go back here, there's this nice little gradient. And what this is doing is essentially creating the blur image, creating a gradient with all these different colors and so on. So feel free to grab this from GitHub. You don't even need a gradient if you don't want to. And then let's wrap this in a relative positioning. So we can see relative isolate. And this essentially it's an isolation property. And then let's just wrap this entire thing. This way, the gradient is in the background, and now we don't have a border, a background to the logo itself. All right, now let's implement the divider. The divider is in fact going to be pretty straightforward. We are going to have 3 dots. So we will have a class name, flex, item center, justify center. And then we are literally going to have dot icon, and we will set it to be text purple of 400. That's pretty much it. Let's these comments back. These dot icons are going to be pretty much repeated again. So we can copy this, paste it over and over. So 3 times. So you can see the 3 dots. These act as a nice divider between different components. Now let's implement how it works. Again, what we're trying to do is we'll have a title, a description, and 3 images. So let's create another file here. Call this howitworks.tsx. Now, I like to definitely create a division separate files. So this way it's easier for me to look at what file I want to change and then go to that specific file. But you don't even have to, you could have it in the same page. But as the application grows, it gets really difficult to manage. So it's really nice when it's all together, all in a separate file. So for the gradient, we are pretty much going to copy what we had over here. So, and then in the how it works, we are going to have a section. Let's paste the gradient. So now it won't be necessarily visible, but as we add more content, it will be. And then this one will have a h2 how it works. Let's declare how it works on the page and import it. There you go. You can see how it works is right here. And let's give it a class name, font bold, text XL, uppercase, margin bottom 8, text purple to be 600. So we have how it works. Now I didn't need to capitalize it even if I have it. However, it's going to capitalize it automatically because of this utility by Tailwind uppercase. Similarly, we're going to have an H3, and let's just copy H3 from the content from here. And this specific H3 is going to have flex, item center, justify center, MB24, text center, font bold is already added. Whoops. Text center, font bold, for example. So now if I go back, we have the text here too. So let's add the styling for these two and align them better. So for how it works, it needs to be centered. So let's just give it flex, item center, justify center. Let's also give it the width to be full and then PV6. And then we can get rid of this div. Then towards the top, for the section itself, we're going to have padding of 24 because right now it's a bit tight. Relative overflow to be hidden. All right, so now it's looking a bit more spacious as we like. And now let's implement how it actually works. So we will have flex, item center. Again, we always want it to be centered. That's why we are adding this gap to be 4. And then for large, gap to be 24. In this case, we will have two p tags, for example. One with the video icon and the other one is the text itself, for example. For these two will be column because we want it to be column. So flex call gap 4. Now we want this video icon to be huge. So we will say we want this to be text 7XL with text center. There you go. A huge icon. Similarly for this p tag, we want to say text center and then font to be medium. There it is. Now we want this to be move right icon and then the class name for that, or before we add the class name, let's the size to be 64, stroke width. And again, there are different properties on the icon which comes in as a React component that you could tweak. So that's what we're doing here. And then the text is going to be purple 500. There you go. So you can see how we're going to add two more here just like this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this whole thing. There it is. And we don't want this last one. All right. Now in the middle, we will have a brain icon. So for that, let's use a brain icon from Lucid React with size of 64, stroke width of 0.5. There you go. And this is going to be also wrapped in a p tag with text center, flex items center, justify center. There you go. It's now centered. And then instead of upload video, we are going to have AI magic. Oops, AI magic. And I'm going to add a sparkle emoji as well because this totally needs it. Right. Now, similarly, for the third one, we will have a whatever this icon is called, and then the text is going to be blog. So upload a video, there's some AI magic, and it converts into a blog. Now, just call this justify center together. Or I guess it is centered. Right, perfect. So now we have this, right? We have a section altogether for how it works. Let's add the same divider here. There you go. So now we have these 3 dots here, and we also have a nice little gradient as well. Perfect. And then to add the dotted backgrounds, even though we added this BG radial gradient, there was a typo that I made, which is this. And now you can see the dotted background is also there because I added the additional parentheses, which didn't really, we added an additional bracket, for example. All right, so now our landing page is looking pretty good. So now let's implement the pricing section, which honestly is something that I'm really excited about. So let's add this, and for divider, we could repeat the same thing here. For pricing, let's create a new file called as pricing.tsx, and here let's add oops, a pricing component. Again, we're going to add a section and let's import pricing. So for pricing, we have two tables. We have the basic plan and the pro plan. In the basic plan, we have $10 USD and this one we have $19. Frankly, we can turn this into a simple component and we can add in details. But before we do that, we need to create a new constant and let's just call this plans map. This constant is going to be super straightforward. So it's going to have the name of the plan, just going to be basic. Then we should also have some sort of a description, which is going to be get started with speakeasy. Then it will have a price, for example, it's going to be $10. We can add the dollar in the code. And then we should have a list of items. So the items are going to be, for example, 3 blog posts and then 3 transcriptions. Perfect. Similarly, I'm going to copy the same thing. Let's do the same for Pro as well. Let's copy all blog posts. Let's go. We're going to have this $19.99. This is going to be unlimited and this is going to be unlimited transcriptions. Beautiful. So now let's loop through it. So first, let's give it a class name of relative overflow hidden. And let's also give this the ID to be pricing so that when we link, for example, so let's say we go from pricing, it jumps right to pricing. Right now, we don't have a pricing box. We do have pricing here, but we're not rendering anything inside pricing yet. So we'll see that very soon. So similar to how we had how it works, which is this one, let's just copy this entire div and let's have pricing here too. So we have pricing here, for example. Now I'm going to make this to be, I guess, PB for now. Let's make this PB 12. And let's add another div where we will add more padding. We'll have padding 12. Large is going to be padding 24. Max W 5XL. Max X auto. PX12. Large PX0. And this will wrap the whole thing. Now we have more padding evenly. So now let's go ahead and add the basic plan. So here there's going to be some class name. But first, let's add a simple component and a box. So we have class name relative W full and then max W large. And inside that, let's add another one where we will give the border. So we'll have relative flex call, height is full, gap 4, large gap 8, Z10, P8, rounded box, border 1px, border gray 500, and let's reduce the opacity and then rounded 2xl. Perfect. If I add basic here, we should start seeing something very soon. Similarly, let's add relative, flex, justify center, flex call, large is going to be flex row, item center, large items are going to stretch, and gap is going to be 8 between the elements. And now again, let's add flex, justify between, item center, gap 4. I know we're not seeing anything yet, but we will now, for example. So we're going to have P. This is where our basic plan would come in, for example. And let's give it a class name of text large. Large is going to be text XL, font bold, and then capitalize. For example, you can see this. There it is. Similarly, this is where the description is going to go. This is where the description is going to go, which is going to be text, space, content, 80, margin top is 2. This will be description, for example. And we will have a div here so that it's actually justified between flex column. All right. So now we have this. Let's add another div where we're going to say flex gap is going to be 2. And this is where we will add the pricing. So this is where the dollar would come in. So we will say class name, text 5XL, tracking tight, font extra bold. There it is. And now let's add a div with class name flex call, justify end, MB for PX. And then this is where we will add USD, for example. So we'll say class name, text, XS, text, base, content, 60, font, semibold. Similarly, we'll have another p tag, which is gonna be text, XS, text, base, content, 60, and then slash month. There it is. So now we have this. We don't need this. We need a dollar sign. We don't need a dollar sign here. Right. So now let's add a UL tag with the list of items that we need. So here we're going to have space Y 2.5. So it's equal spacing. Leading is going to be relaxed. Text base flex 1. So here we're just going to map through the elements that we had. And for now, just do this. So we'll say item index, and let's have an li item. So here we'll have an li with the class name, but then before that we will have a key of id x. Here we'll have the check icon with a of 18. Let's just give this code in here. There it is. Nothing will be displayed here because this array is empty, but let's just add the elements inside it. And this is where the item would come in play. All right. Now let's add the button here, which will be space y2. The button is going to be the ShadCN button, which is going to be a link because it's going to take us to the Stripe payment links that we talked about. So we will have a link. And here, let's just add a link component from next link, which is going to be some URL. So for now, let's just say slash, but eventually we will have a URL once we configure Stripe. So we'll say gap is going to be 1 item center. There it is. We'll say get speak easy and arrow right, size 18. There it is. Let's give the button some styling. We'll say border 2, rounded full, flex, gap 2, BG black, and text gray 100. There it is. So now this button is looking really good. Button. And then before we add the same elements here, let's just now loop it. So we had the plans map.map, and through that we had a few things. Through that we had the key is gonna be here, idx, and then let's destructure the items here. For example, we'll have name, we have price, we have description, we have items, for example. This way we can just retrieve all of them here. So name is gonna be name, description is gonna be description, price is gonna be price, and we have items, which is gonna be items. There you go. All we need over here is flex and then alignment. Item center, gap 2. There you go. But we now also get the pro plan because we added exactly that here too. So this is looking very similar to this one, except pro does have a border because we want to encourage people to go unlimited blog posts over 3 blog posts and unlimited transcriptions. So we want to highlight this plan more, and for that we need to add a border. So what we can do is we can just say ID is going to be basic and ID is going to be pro. Just for us to check the ID is always going to be lowercase. We can always rely on an ID. For example, now what we want to do is when it comes to adding a border, we want to add a border here. So let's just get this CN utils from ShadCN, which already combines the class names. And this is where we can add that if ID is equal to pro, then add the following class names. For example, we want the border to be violet 500. There it is. We also want the gap to be 5. In the case of large, we want a gap to be 8, which we already have, so we don't need to add it. We need a color, bg base 100, gap of 5, gap of 8. We have a padding, we have the rounded box, border will be 2. There it is. So now we have added the thickness of it. The other thing is we also need to tweak the button as well. So in order for us to tweak the button, we're going to do something similar. So we'll have cn. There you go. Now here similarly, we are checking if id is equal to pro. Then we want to do something similar. We are saying the border is going to be amber 300. Padding is going to be 2. Flex item center gap 2. All right, so now our pricing table is looking pretty good, and we have a nice plans map as well. Eventually we can add our payment links here, for example, so we know exactly where the Stripe link should point to, for example, as well. Now nothing happens because it just goes back to home, but our pricing page is looking pretty good. Now lastly, let's add our footer, which is going to be very simple. Actually, it's just going to be a footer element with a class name of pg gray 200 20 flex age 20 py 24 px 12 z 20 relative overflow hidden, and it's just gonna have all rights reserved, and then this is gonna be new date dot get full year. There it is, and there we have our footer. Again, make the footer as fancy as you like. If you want to add it, link it to your bio, then you could do as well. So for example, I could just say built by Ankita. Whoops, this one right here. And I can just have flex call gap 2, for example. And then I could just link it to wherever I want as well. Again, you do whatever you like. Let's import the link component, and href can be this one. When you're using internal links, it makes sense to use the link component because Next.js gives us performance benefits. But then when it comes to just linking to different pages, it doesn't matter. So in this case, we don't need to worry. I'm just going to copy my Twitter handle, and here I'm going to say target is going to be blank. Now I can easily go here and go to my Twitter as well, for example. But we have a really nice footer. Our landing page design is completed. Now it's time for us to implement Auth. Now I know we talked about pricing, but an entire app relies on authentication to be implemented for everything to work seamlessly. So let's implement that first. Now we will be using Clerk as user management platform for authentication. Now Clerk is really awesome. It doesn't just provide us to use a auth management system, admin dashboards to authenticate and manage users. It is way more than that. It allows us to integrate passkeys, for example, that allow us to just log in using our touch ID if we like. We can manage user roles and so on. There's a lot that Clerk does, which is pretty awesome, and I'm excited to show you in this specific video. So we will be using Clerk for it. In order for you to get started with Clerk, we are going to click on the Getting Started button. This is where you would create an account. Now, since I already have an account, I'm just going to go to sign in, and this is where I'm going to log in with Google. Now, I have a bunch of different applications, as you can see, inside of Clerk, but we are going to go to the Speakeasy application, which is in production. Now, Clerk has two separate instances. One is called the development, another one is called production. So anytime you are in the development environment, you would use the development instance, the development flavor, versus when you're ready, you can pretty much just copy everything from development to production, and Clerk has a very easy way to do that as well. Now, all the users that have logged in, these are all my email addresses. You could just check that user information. You could ban this user, delete user, set password, see what social accounts they have, and so on. You can also allow specific user permissions, allow user to create orgs, and so on as well. Now, Clerk has all the OAuth already built in. So, for example, if we go to user and authentication and let's go to social connections, then we can configure all of these providers right here within the specific UI. Now, it's not just this, you can also enable a provider by connecting a lot of different OAuth providers, for example, or you could build your own custom one as well with Clerk. Now, I have enabled Google as well as GitHub, which is exactly what you saw over here. For example, if I say sign in, you can see GitHub and Google. At the same time, we can log in using the email address and also use a passkey. Now, how cool is that? Now, with Clerk, you have all these different auth providers, including TikTok, which is pretty awesome. And you can see there are a lot more and they keep adding more. If there is something that doesn't fit the criteria, you can always request one, but you can also bring in a custom auth provider if you like as well. So, for example, you would bring your own spec compliant auth provider here and connect it with Clerk. So you can manage the users because it is a user management platform as well. Now, if we go to the email, phone, and username section, we can get users to add their email addresses or even phone numbers if they like. We can ask users to set their usernames as well as passwords or also enable passkeys. Now remember, all the features that are available in prod are readily available for free in development. So we can do whatever we like. But the minute we go to prod is when a bunch of features will be available depending on your account. And they make it very clear. We can also use passkeys with Clerk. So, for example, if we head over to Speakeasy AI, right now I don't have any passkey configured for the user I'm signing in with. So, for example, if I sign in with Google, then I'm signed in. I could go to Manage Account and go to Security and then here add a passkey. This is asking me to use Touch ID to sign in. I have done that. Now the specific passkey has been added for my laptop. Now, if I close the modal and sign out, then click on sign in. This time I could just use passkey instead, use my touch ID to sign in, and then I will be redirected to dashboard itself. So I don't need to enter my username and password because I've already done that as a user, which is pretty nice. Now, passkeys is a pro feature, but you could use passkeys during development environment and try out the application, so there's nothing stopping you here. You can also get users to set their first and last name as well in the manage account. So, for example, this specific manage account, this username drop down is all available as part of Clerk. We didn't need to build any custom UI for it. And you will see that how we did that in a bit, but this is all done for us. This specific modal, this adding email address or security or setting password or any of that is all readily done for us, which is pretty awesome. Now, Clerk also has webhooks. For example, if you want to set up an endpoint to listen to specific events, then we could also enable webhooks as well. So, for example, if a user is created and if you want a specific event to get triggered, then you can also use webhooks with Clerk, which is pretty awesome. You can also enable analytics such as Firebase as well as Google Analytics. And more importantly, in order for the app to look like the app that you want to build, you can also configure everything that is the UI, the color, and so on. In my case, I really like this color, but you could add whatever color you want. If you just want a solid color, you could do that as well. Again, all of this is readily available as part of this dashboard, which is pretty nice. Now, when it comes to redirects after sign in or after sign up, fallback, you could also set up these URLs over here, customize the colors that you want, or turn off all the pages hosted by Clerk in the account portal. All of this is readily available inside of the Clerk dashboard. And since any users that sign in, you are able to see them here, it's also pretty cool. So all of this works as expected. You know exactly how many users are active, how many sign in and sign ups have occurred what are the total number of users, and so on. So you could manage everything on the Clerk dashboard. Now, let's go ahead and set up Clerk and let's implement our sign in and sign up functionality. Now, let's go to Docs, and this is where we would go to the Getting Started section and head over to Next.js because that is the framework that we're using. Let's go ahead and install this specific package, for instance, and paste it. Now, it says that navigate to the Clerk dashboard, and in the navigation sidebar, select API key. So let's just do that. So now I'm going to open this up in a new tab. I'm going to sign in with my existing account. And let's go ahead and create an app together so you know exactly how authentication layer would work. So let's call this Speakeasy AI demo. I'm calling this demo, but feel free to call it whatever you like. And this is where we could enable all the different providers as we want as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to enable Google. We are going to get sign-in options as email and also GitHub. Now, if you enable any of the others, you also have to get the specific application ID, which I will show you. But you can see this is exactly how the UI looks like. This is a really quick preview of it. For example, if I set up Slack, then they automatically update the UI as well. So let's go ahead and create this application. Now, we have installed Clerk. So let's copy this inside of the environment variables. Now, Next.js has a n.local file. This specific file allows you to store environment variables itself. So I'm going to paste this. And now we need to set up the middleware at the root of the project. Now, again, if you go back here, it's telling us exactly the same thing. So it doesn't matter what you follow. The documentation is quite up to date. So you could follow whatever you like. Since I'm already on the dashboard, I'm going to just follow here. Let's just copy this and create a middleware file in Next.js. Now, a middleware file in Next.js is kind of like the middle person between any requests that come in. So anytime a request has been made, a middleware will interject it. And once it passed through the middleware, that's when it will get routed to the original route. So we want middleware in the root of the project. So let's just go ahead and call middleware.ts and paste what we copied. This is where we're setting up the Clerk middleware because this is an auth layer after all. Anytime we want to go through specific routes, we want to make sure that we are passing it through the auth layer. And then we also want to add the Clerk provider to your application. So in the layout file, we are going to add it. So here, let's copy this Clerk provider. In fact, let's copy the whole thing. And now let's go to our root layout file, which is here. And let's just copy this. And we are going to move this slowly. So Clerk is going to get set up. Clerk provider is going to be in the root. And we can just copy this and move it here if we like. Now again, what they're trying to do is they're trying to show you the sign in button and the user button here, but we don't need to necessarily add this in layout. Let's just add the Clerk provider here. And inside of our page.tsx file, let's just paste the specific component. So for example, when the user is signed out, sign in button would get rendered. Again, all of this is available through Clerk, so we are just importing that. There you go. Now, if you go back to the documentation, you did it. So if everything works as expected, we should be able to see some action here. So if we head over to our app and refresh the page, whoops, let's restart it here. So we say npm run dev. And now let's refresh the page. We see a sign in option here. So we can just click on sign in. And look at that. It says that we are in development mode, but we could pretty much sign in to Speakeasy AI demo. So let's just for fun, let's add my email address. Couldn't find account, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign up. Even sign up is ready to go. So let's just go to my email address, add the password, and hit continue. Now it's asking me to verify my email. It's asking me for the code, and I'm gonna add the code from my email in just a second. So the code is 411930. I have verified it, and voila, I am actually inside the application on the homepage. Now, if I click on this icon, in the signed out state is a sign in button, but in the signed in state, this is a user button. So this specific user, that is me, is already here, and this is the avatar we saw. If I click on manage account, this modal is already there as well. It's also responsive, which is pretty awesome. I could delete my account, I could update my password, and do whatever I want. I could also connect GitHub and Google accounts. They're not going to do much right now because we haven't configured them. But all of this works as expected. And it took us less than 5 minutes for us to implement all of this, which is pretty awesome. So now that we have this, let's configure individual sign in and sign out routes. So we can just pretty much get rid of this and remove all the imports as well. In order for you to remove the imports, you could just do Option Shift O on Mac. In order for us to implement individual routes, let's go to this specific documentation so that whenever a user goes to slash sign in is when we wanna invoke the sign in flow. So for example, when I go to slash sign in is when this specific flow gets triggered. So that's exactly what we want to do here. So in order for us to implement that, we need to create a sign up folder inside the app directory, and then you create this specific route and a page. Now, this is in fact a catch-all route in Next.js, which means that anytime I add speak easy AI slash sign up slash whatever, it is always going to get redirected to this specific route. That's exactly what that means. It's a catch-all route so that everything will get caught there. So let's copy this, head over to our app directory and paste. And in fact, create new file and paste it. Now, whenever we create a new file, and if it has a folder in it, it's also going to create the folder for us, which is right here. Now, if I click on page.tsx, this is where we want to copy this code. So let's paste that code as well, which is a sign up code. Similar to sign up, we also want to do something similar for sign in too. Again, go to app directory, create a new file and paste it. Go back, copy this and add the sign in route as well. All right, so now if I go to slash sign in, it should just work. And now let's go ahead and tell Clerk that we want to make the sign up and sign in routes public. So what we're going to do is we are going to copy this code and then move that to our middleware. So we have the middleware here. And essentially what we're saying here is public route and then creating a route matcher for Clerk middleware. All right. And lastly, don't forget this part. You also want to set up a sign in URL and sign up URL for Clerk to identify where the URLs are located, because you might not necessarily call it sign in, sign hyphen in, or sign hyphen out, sign hyphen up. So let's just go to n.local file and here let's paste this. Now, if I refresh the page and go to slash sign in, let's just go ahead and restart the server. Now, when I refresh the page, so now let's just go to slash sign in and we get redirected to the home page. And that is because if we go to the page, let's just bring back the code that we had added. Now here, because we are already signed in, we get redirected back. So let's sign out completely. And if I go to slash sign in, we do see a sign in box here, which is pretty awesome. Since I don't have any users in my account. So for example, if I go to the users, there is one user that we had created. So we could just pretty much, use that user. Or I clicked on sign in by Google by mistake. And look at that. I also got signed in with Google as well. This means if I refresh the page, I also have a user here. Now keep this in mind. This only works in development mode. If you want to go to production, you need to pass in your own app ID. Right now, they're using a custom app ID. Again, I could manage my account, do whatever, or I could just go ahead and sign up. Now, if I click on sign up, it also works. So I could also create a new account as well, which is pretty nice. So our sign in and sign up functionality works as intended. We have Auth already implemented, and that is just crazy to me because Clerk is super fast and it really allows us to set up and manage our users very easily. Now let's go ahead and clean up our code and move this functionality to the nav. Because right now we are, if I click on sign in and go to Google, for example, I get signed in, but this specific user icon is displayed here. But what we want to see is something like this when I've signed in to my account, for example, then I should see pricing, your posts, and so on. I don't want to see and then user button here. So let's get rid of the unused imports, copy this code, and move to our header component. And remember, I said that this is the place where we would adjust the code. That's exactly what we want to do now. So now under profile, let's add the user button and let's add this under sign out. So we have the sign in button. And what we can do is we could just pretty much first import this signed out, all of this from Clerk, for example. And oops, there you go. So now if we go back to our app and refresh the page, you can see this specific icon here. So it's already looking good. But what we want is, let's say I hit sign in, sign out, then I don't want this specific border. I want it to have the nav link that we had created. So because I had copied the link, now let's just add the nav link here. So now this is looking way better. Similarly, we don't want to show upload a video or your post when the user is not signed in. So in that case, we could also protect that pretty easily. So for example, we could wrap this in sign in. So this will only be show when the user has signed in. So it is gone now. Similarly, upload a video will also be shown when the user has signed in. So we could pretty much copy this and wrap it here. There you go. Header is looking a lot cleaner. So we can just copy this entirely over here. So let's go ahead and test out our functionality. Let's open it up here. Look at that, landing page is looking beautiful. And right now I'm signed in, so I see upload a video. But then if I sign out, then I see sign in here with pricing and also this specific dialog over here with sign in. Similarly, if I go to sign up, then I also see that here too. Now let's just tweak the styling of this because it's not centered. So if we go to the sign in page, let's add a section. And now for this section, we are going to say flex, justify center, item center, py16. So now you can already see that it has been a little bit centered. Similarly, we're going to copy the same thing and add it to our sign up page as well. So we're going to copy the closing section tag and paste this. All right. So now when we go back, you can see that it's actually signed in. We also have a bit of a gradient in the background. So if you see our application, there is a little hint of a gradient here. So let's just go ahead and add that. So for that, under components, let's create a new component and let's create a new folder called as atoms. And in this case, we're going to store all the common components, or we can even just call this common. And then here, let's just call this bg gradient.tsx. And this is again going to be a React component, which is going to be bg gradient. It takes in two properties. One is children and the other one is class name, just in case we want to override anything. Similarly, children is going to be react.react node, and then class name is going to be string. Again, it's optional, so let's just add that. Now here we're just gonna copy the gradient that we've been using everywhere else. So let's just copy this whole thing and make some tweaks here. So if we go to bg gradient, let's just paste this, and now let's just in page.tsx file, let's bg gradient here, and in here as well add bg gradient and wrap this component around it. Similarly, in sign in, do the same, bg gradient, and wrap it entirely. All right, so now when we go to bg gradient, we are not using children here, so let's just add children here, for example. And if I refresh the page, we're gonna add children here. Right, so you can see there's a nice little gradient here that we could use, for example. So now if I go to home, I have to sign in because of the middleware, because we are saying that, hey, what are the public routes? Sign in and sign up. Rest everything is going to be behind auth. So let's just go ahead and sign in. Look at that. And now everything else stays the same. So now everything else stays the same. We have, if you refresh the page, we have our nice gradient here. Similarly, this looks exactly like the Speakeasy AI here. And at the same time, we can go to sign out and we see a background gradient here, which again, if we zoom in, you can see it more and more. Clerk also offers us to sign in with different auth providers that we like. So we are going to use Google and GitHub, but if you click on this specific gear icon, you want to enable it. But in order for you to configure it, you need to go to learn more and follow the instructions for creating an app on Google, for instance, and then following the exact instructions here, grabbing the client ID and secret, and then posting that in the next step that we have here. Let's make sure that you are actually creating the GitHub apps as well. So, for example, if you configure the connection, you would have to actually create a OAuth application on GitHub and follow the exact instructions. The instructions are pretty straightforward. So that's how easy it is for you to set up Google, GitHub, or any of these OAuth. And there is more, for example, Bitbucket, Atlassian, LinkedIn, and more in this specific dashboard. Clerk also offers broad protection, which means it's going to protect your signups from malicious users, from bots, for example. If someone has trained a bot to go and sign in for you, have automated the entire process, then you protect it thanks to Clerk. So if you go to the Clerk dashboard, and here in the user authentication section, which is what we have, if you go to attack protection, you want to enable this, for instance. So if we go to attack protection here, we want to basically enable this because this will allow us to validate real users versus bot signups. Now, the CAPTCHA widget, that means this widget is only shown if the client is suspected to be a bot. Now, you might have seen it on several different websites that it asks you to enter some characters on screen. So, like X, Y, 10, whatever. And it's not very clear. And that's because of services like this. It allows them to protect us from malicious users, from bots specifically, in an attempt to verify that we are human and we are good. And if you select smart, then the CAPTCHA widget will only be shown if the client is suspected to be a bot. But if it's invisible, then the bot traffic will be blocked. That means no CAPTCHA widget will be displayed. Users suspected of being a bot will not be allowed to sign up and show an error message. So let's say if there's a user that Clerk thinks that is definitely a bot, then we could opt for invisible, and that would mean it's going to just automatically block them. It's not going to allow them to give captcha to validate their authentication, validate that they are a user. Now, depending on your application, in the case of banking app, you definitely want to go for this one because in a banking app, many users can train bots to log in. But in a case of a regular app, you want to maybe just go for a smart one. In our case, we're just going to go for this one. This is only available in production. So when you are setting up development instance, that won't work. But when you clone over development into production, this will work. So that is pretty awesome. So now the next thing for us to implement is the Stripe checkout experience. Now, even though the user logs in, for example, and we have auth implemented, so even though we have auth implemented and we can get the user to log in, right now we have a Clerk authentication user, but we don't have a database user. And we haven't even connected our database yet. So we only want to create a user when a Stripe checkout experience is successful. Or we want to update a user when the customer's subscription is deleted. So in that case, let's implement a Stripe checkout experience now. A Stripe is one of the most popular way to implement payments in your application, in your SaaS application. So if you're running a business, it is a very good idea to know Stripe. Once you know Stripe, once you have it implemented in one project, you could pretty much replicate it in other projects as well. So what we are going to do is we are going to sign in, and this is essentially my test account. So when you click this toggle for test mode, that's when it gets enabled. Now, here is the thing, this is a test mode, so this is just made up data, for example. But what we need to do here is search for API keys. And once we click on API keys, we want to get two keys from here. We want to get the secret key from here. So I'm going to copy this, go to our environment local file, and paste this here. We'll come back to that. The next thing we want is we want to create a webhook so that anytime checkout session gets completed or a customer subscription gets deleted, then we are going to invoke this specific webhook. So let's add a endpoint. But in order for us to configure the endpoint, we would need a secret. So in a test environment, this is going to be the secret for us. So let's just paste this here for now. Let's just call this Stripe API key, and let's call this Stripe webhook key. That's it. Now we're going to come back to that later, and we're going to come back to creating the webhooks later as well. But first step for us to do is to create a payment link and create a product on Stripe to tell Stripe that, hey, this specific product is what we want to create. So give me the checkout experience for that. Now, when we click on Get Speakeasy, we go to this specific link. For example, that's exactly what we want to build. So if we head over to product catalog, let's just go ahead and add a product. And here, let's call this product Speak. I'm just going to call this Speakeasy Demo, for example. We can leave everything as is, and we want to make this recurring. And let's click on, and we want to make it recurring. And let's call this $10, for example, and then hit next. And we want to add another price here, and let's call this $19.99. So we are creating the pro plan and the basic plan. Let's hit next. So now we have this plan, which is our basic plan, for example. So we can call this basic plan just for us. Similarly, we have this plan where we can call this our pro plan. There you go. So now let's just go ahead and add the product. Now we have created our product on Stripe, and we have two specific products. Now, in order for us to create a payment link, we are going to click on these three dots and click on create payment link. As you can see that this has created a payment link for us, for example, and we can configure what we show to the user. So we can say that I want to collect customer addresses, and I don't really want to, but just in case for your business you really want to, then you should check that off. If you want customers to provide a phone number, include a free trial, and so on. In my case, I want to allow promotion codes, and I also want business customers to provide tax IDs, because this is really useful if you have a business. If they have a business and they're buying your product, then they can add their tax IDs on their receipt as well. Now, after payment, I definitely want to replace this message with saying, thank you for trusting me. You can call this whatever you want. Next, go to dashboard, or I should say, go back to the app and refresh the page, or go back to the app and sign in. Because as you know, if they sign in, later on we are going to associate their user accordingly. So let's just copy this and let's create the link. So the payment link has been created. Similarly, going back to the product catalog, let's click on the three dots and create a payment link for this product as well. Same thing, allow promotion codes, tax ID, and replace it with a custom message of paste, and then pasting that in as well. All right, so now we have a payment link. So if I copy this payment link, go to a new tab, you can see our Stripe checkout experience here. And this says test mode. We could add a fake credit card here and test our entire application, for instance. All right, so now that we have our payment links, let's copy the payment links that got created for us. So first one is the 1099. So now we're going to go back to our pricing page. So let's go back to home, pricing. And this is where, remember, we said we're going to paste the payment link. So let's add that. Similarly, let's just make sure this is 1099. So this payment link goes here. Then this is 1999 and the payment link for that goes here. Now, towards the bottom in the link tab, let's redirect this to payment link, and this payment link needs to be retrieved from this object here. There you go. So now when I go back to home, or let's just sign in for now, and if I scroll down and click on 1099, then I get redirected to checkout experience of $10. Similarly, if I click on 1999, it's a 1999 per month and again a checkout experience as well. So now we have successfully implemented payment links as well. So you could see how seamless the experience was. Now, if we go back to a product catalog and go to our Speakeasy demo application and click on 1099, we have this specific price ID. So this is a 1099 price ID. So what we're going to do is add this price ID here. Similarly, this is the basic plan. If you go to the pro plan and copy it, then this price ID is over here. Now we're going to eventually use this specific price ID. But we also want to tweak this price ID for production as well. So we can just rely on process.n node n. If it's development, then it's this specific price ID. And then when we create a production URL, then we could replace the price ID accordingly. So if it's development, then this. Similarly, let's copy the same code here as well. Else it's going to be empty. So if it's development, then it's this price ID. Otherwise, it's not. So if you go back to the app, go to localhost 3000, click on the link, and then the Stripe checkout experience works because we are in development mode. So this specific toggle will really help us. Now, when we go back to our application, Stripe product catalog, for instance, remember I mentioned that we are going to create a webhook. The search of Stripe is pretty good, so you could just search over here. So we are on the webhooks tab now. Now, let's go ahead and create our webhook. Now, this is the webhook that's going to be listening to all our events. Testing in a local environment is quite simple. So that's what we're going to use to test out integration. So let's go ahead and copy this, stop the server, and log in. Now, if you don't have Stripe on your command line, then you definitely need to install it. So in order for you to install it, you need to just go to Stripe, and depending on your operating system, you could accordingly pick. So if you're using Windows, then you follow this. If you're on Mac and you use Brew, then you could just use this specific option. I already have that on the command line, so I'm pretty good here. So I'm just gonna use that. I'm gonna hit login and hit enter. It's gonna open the browser, and this is going to authenticate the user. We've been given an account ID which will expire after 90 days, for example. This is what will allow us to integrate with the webhook. Now we could just copy this URL. Once we have created the webhook, we could then listen and forward that to this specific URL. For now, let's not do that. Let's integrate the webhook. Now, what exactly is a webhook? A webhook is a functionality that's always listening to specific events. So, for example, we would be integrating a webhook using a Next.js API route, for example. And whenever a Stripe checkout gets completed, Stripe internally is going to send an event to our webhook because that's how we are going to connect it. So let's implement that. So let's just go to our API folder, for instance, if there is no API folder, then let's create one instead of. So let's create an API folder here. And here let's create a new file called route, which would be inside payments. Now keep this in mind that payments is a folder and route is going to be a new file. And remember I said that in Next.js, anytime you want to create a new page, then you need to call it page.tsx. Want to create a new layout, then you want to call that layout.tsx. Similarly, when you want to create a route, which is an API route, then in that case, you want to call it route.ts. Now, here we are going to create a async function, and then this is going to be a post request, which takes in a next request. And we are basically just going to return a next response.json in case it's success, and there are no errors that have occurred before that, for example. Now we still need to implement the webhook functionality here, for example, but this is a very simple route. Now, if we head over to our Stripe dashboard, you can already see that they have given us some code. Now, this won't necessarily work one to one in our application, but it is pretty close. So we can just copy a bunch of this code. So we can just copy this and then paste it here. So here's what we're doing instead of request. So here's what we're doing. We are getting the headers with Stripe signature. Then we are going to get Stripe and construct this event. This event is then going to be the one to tell us which specific event got triggered from Stripe. So request.headers is not something we have yet, but we could get that from next request. So for that, let's call this payload equals await request.text. For example, we're gonna get body.text from it. And then the signature is gonna be request.headers.get. Now again, the earlier one was node. This is a Next.js route, so things will be a little different. So we're gonna get the signature from Stripe signature. Now we have the event and we have Stripe. So we already got Stripe package because we just installed it. So we can just paste it. Now we have the Stripe CLI, but we don't have Stripe, so we can grab it from here. We don't need Express because we have Next.js. But let's go ahead and paste Stripe install. All right, so now we have Stripe installed. So this should work. The squiggly line is gone now. So we have Stripe, for example, and let's instantiate Stripe. So we can say Stripe is going to be new Stripe. And this is where we need to pass in the Stripe API key that we retrieve. In fact, it's the Stripe secret key. So let's rename that secret key. Let's copy this, go to n.local file and rename this to secret key. So we have, this is all for the Clerk stuff. This is for Stripe. This is for Clerk. For example, separating it will really help us as environment file grows. All right, so now we have Stripe secret key, and TypeScript is complaining that it doesn't think this specific value exists. So we can add a exclamation mark, a bang to say that, hey, we know it exists. Don't worry. All right, so now we have this. We don't have a request.body, which is something that we already do. It's actually the payload. So the payload is the request.body. We have the signature. Again, same thing. We're going to add the exclamation mark. And this endpoint secret is in fact the Stripe webhook secret that we retrieved from earlier. So we already have that as well. So if I copy this, go to n.local file and paste this, the Stripe hook secret also works. I had a typo there. All right, so now we also have that. Now, instead of adding a webhook error, let's just return a next response.json with status as failed and a error value, for example. Again, if it's successful, then it's going to go here. It won't even return here, for instance. And we could just copy this thing and paste it here. Because again, we want to catch any errors that occur during this entire process and return fail. All right, so now we already are listening to payment succeeded, and the payment and the code for that will get executed here. So any invoke payment succeeded, then this specific case condition would get triggered. So now that we have done so much, let's log it, for example. So we can just log payment intent succeeded here. All right. So now if we go back to our application, if we now copy this code, it's going to forward events to our webhook. So first of all, let's start the server and let's open up another terminal. In this terminal, we're going to paste the Stripe listen to webhook. But instead of 4242, it's going to be 3000 because that's our port. And instead of webhook, it's going to be /API/payments because we don't have a route called webhook. We instead create payments route. Now, when I enter, again, it's giving us a webhook sign-in secret, which is what we're going to copy. Go to n.local file. This specific sign-in secret should pretty much be very similar to what we had. It's the same secret, but let's just make sure that it's the same. Now it's already listening to it. We are already using the secret itself. So through this event CLI itself, we could trigger events. So we are already listening to payment intent succeeded, but there are so many other events that we could trigger. But for now, let's just trigger this one. Let's open up another terminal and then trigger payment is succeeded, for example. And you can see that we get a payments 404. Now, if we head over to our middleware file, for instance, in this specific middleware file, we are only calling sign in and sign up as public routes. So we need to do something similar for the API route as well, the API folder. So let's just call API here. Now let's do this again. If I trigger the payments, we now get 200 for payments. So that means the specific routes exist. And we are getting Stripe payments here. So we have payment succeeded, which is an object that we printed, for example. And let's just close this for now. And you can see that this entire object is readily printed here. And they have just made up a user that for testing purposes, for example. Similarly, if you go to received events, then you can also see all the data. So you could write better code looking at the specific events as well. So our webhook works as intended. Now, let's just go ahead and close all of this. Just open up route. And now that we have this, let's add another event, which is going to be case of checkout session completed. For example, we're going to break this and we need another event, which is case of customer subscription deleted. All right, and just break this again. And then in the default one, we can leave it as is. Now, in the case of payment succeeded, what object works? We can get rid of all of this code as well. Now, in the case of payment succeeded, for instance, we don't need this event at all, so let's get rid of it. And in the case of check session completed, we can now get more information about the session by awaiting and invoking Stripe method for checkout sessions retrieve, and then calling event.data.object.id, for instance. And this is where we also need all the line items as well, for instance. So we need the line items from this. So now we need the session, and this is where we are going to then connect to the database, for instance, and again our logic for create or update user. But before we do that, we could log the session, for instance, so we know it works. Similarly, in the case of customer subscription deleted, we want to do something similar as well. Here, again, connect to DB and then we want to perform a operation where again we are going to try to retrieve the subscriptions here. So we're going to say const subscription is equal to await stripe dot subscriptions dot retrieve, because in this case we have the subscription information and we would need the subscription ID, for instance. And subscription ID is just going to be, you can just call the subscription ID. It's just going to be event.data.object.id. So we're just going to use that here. And then once we get the subscription from Stripe, then we are going to go ahead and update the user. So again, we will connect to DB and we will update user status to cancel because we don't want them to access our services. So, or let's just say revoke access for now because we don't know yet what the database is going to look like. We haven't set that up. All right, so now we could just trigger checkout session completed just like we did earlier. Again, let's open up a new terminal. And let's just paste Stripe and then we have trigger checkout session completed. Now you can see there are a bunch of unhandled events, which is totally fine because we don't want to handle every single event that Stripe's fires. So here you can see that we have session information as well. For instance, we have a session, we have all the items object, and we have the data from it. Similarly, if we were to fire another event, which again there are a lot of events here, so you could literally go to Stripe trigger help to get all the events possible. But we are listening to customer subscription deleted. So when we do that, we can just paste it, and then again it is invoking all the other events that are possible. And then finally we have the status of cancelled, which is exactly what we want. So it has cancelled our subscription completely. So if we close this and then go to product catalog, speakeasy demo, and then go to customers, you can see that this is an unnamed customer and this product was cancelled. So you could also see all the information over here as well. This is all test data, but you could see all the information here. You can see all the different Stripe events that we were triggering, as well as that the fact that we canceled the product subscription as well, for example. So if you dig in more, you can see more details here. So this specific product subscription was canceled. Again, this is a made up product, but were successful in doing that. So this is how we could now also test our database further just to make sure that the Stripe checkout experience works. So if we go back to our diagram, we were able to integrate payment links. We were able to trigger checkout session completed and deleted. We were able to get Stripe customer details, and now it's a database part. But before we do that, we could also just go to Stripe checkout experience and try it out to see if the events trigger as well. So for example, if we go to our application and let's go to Speakeasy, here I'm just gonna add 424242. This is essentially the test credit card, as long as this is in a future date. So for example, I'm gonna say 10, 20, and whatever be the CVV. And then I'm gonna use an email address that already has a Clerk account. And then here, just gonna add Ankita, Kulkarni, and then some other city that doesn't have a postal code. All right, so we are buying the basic plan. And if I hit subscribe, then you should also see that a payment did get triggered. For instance, we do see the session object and checkout session did complete as expected through our payment link. Invoice payments exceeded was sent and a bunch of other events, but we were listening to the right events. Now, just like the message we configured, thank you for trusting me. Now go back to the app and sign in. This also works. So now if we go back to the app, for example, we could also sign in, but we haven't connected this part where we check if this specific user exists or not. But if we go back to Stripe and go back to customers, you can see there's a new customer here with $10 subscription created. Now we can trigger, now watch the command line again. We can essentially trigger cancellation by going here and then canceling the subscription. So we can go to subscription for this specific user, actions, and just cancel it completely. No refund and immediately. Now, if we go back to our code, you can see the subscription object does get printed and status is cancelled. So our customer subscription deleted event also got triggered on Stripe. Right, so now we can finally connect our data that we are getting from Stripe, payment information, to the database. But we don't have a database yet, so let's go ahead and create one. We will be using NeonDB for database. Frankly, I am in love with NeonDB. It is a serverless Postgres platform, and even before this, even before this video, I have been using NeonDB, as you will see in several projects. What I love about them is one, for obviously pricing, it's $0 per month. You can start for free. There's no credit card required, so there's free tier always available. You get half a gig of storage, 10 branches, and we'll talk about what branches are. Auto scaling up to 2 CPU, for example. It's also community support, and it's amazing. The free plan is pretty generous. And if you want to scale, then they have the launch plan and the scale plan and so on too. So to get started, NeonDB is pretty good. Since it's built with Postgres, it's also amazing because a lot of the SQL knowledge, a lot of the SQL knowledge that I have, we could utilize it as well. On top of this, what's really cool about NeonDB is it works seamlessly with Next.js. For example, all you need to do is install this package, neondatabase/serverless, and then directly write SQL statements in the server components itself. And we will talk about what client and server components are in just a second, but we could directly add SQL statements in here. By default, any page that you create inside of Next.js becomes a server component. So you could execute server calls within that component itself. One of the other features of NeonDB is branching. What this means is you could actually branch off your data the same way that you branch off your GitHub code. So for example, in your environment, in the team that you're working in or the project you want to build, you would basically have a development environment and a production environment. And then sometimes you would also have an environment called staging. So for example, you would have a development environment. Let's the background. You will have a development environment, for example. Then you will have a staging environment, and then you will have a production environment, for example. You would work in dev, push it to staging, and then once everything is good, you will then push it to prod. So this basically just works like this, for instance. And then to prod. If everything is okay, for example, if everything is fine, then only you move to staging, for instance, just add check. And then if it's this is checked, then you move to prod, for example. So all of this is really good with Neon database as well. So just like how we have these environment, you could have your database, for instance. So you could have your database, and you cannot deal with production database. Typically, we would have a dev database. Let's just call this a testing DB, and then we have a prod DB, for example. But even in testing DB, you would probably have a QA environment or some sort, and basically devs and QAs and the rest of your team are all updating the same data. And typically, what would happen is your developers or your QA would have conflicts as they're running a bunch of tests, and developers can access the database, and there's a lot of conflict there. With NeonDB, they offer branching. What this means is you could have a production database or any type of database and create a clone, for instance. So you could create a clone here, and then you could basically say, I want all the data or selected data, whatever, and create a dev or testing DB. of whatever you like. So you are matching the production data as closely as possible. Now, obviously, you don't want to do this with production data because you don't want sensitive user information to be accessed. But even if you create a testing database, you could basically create a branch and branch off of it essentially. So you can clone whatever is there, and then once you are happy with all the changes as you're working on development, you could move it all to production. And that's how it works. So with NeonDB, there is the branching capability, which is pretty awesome. So for example, in order for us to sign up with NeonDB, we just go to sign up and then enter information. Since I already have an account, I'm going to log in, but feel free to pick whatever way you want to sign up. So let's go to login. And this is where I'm just going to log in using Google. And like I said, I already have an account, which I had created. This specific project was created last year. On the free plan, we can only create one project, but on the scale plan or the launch plan, you can create more projects. But I'm okay with one project for now. When we go to general, you can see these are branches, not necessarily utilizing the development branch, but I could just create a branch and here we could do whatever, for instance. So, for example, we could call this a feature branch and I can say, give me all the data from main, and then I can say which data to include from which time. So if there are, let's say, bugs in the system I want to replicate and I want from a specific time, I could do that. Or I could just say, give me current point in time and so on. Now we won't be utilizing the branches feature. We'll be just sticking to the main branch. But this is a really powerful feature as you have more team members working with you. They also have a SQL editor, for instance, as well. So you could write any SQL queries here. You could also restore a branch from here too. They have some monitoring capabilities too. So you can monitor your database size, your RAM, deadlocks, connections, CPU, and so on. They also have a bunch of integrations if you want to integrate it. For example, if you want to query all these different layers, and you could do that as well. And then obviously we have the settings, the quick start guide, which allows us to kind of create and connect to your development branch, for example. So it would branch it off of main, and then you go to Next.js, and this is how you basically grab the information. And this is a very good way to get started as well. Then we also have the tables where we have the Speakeasy database, for instance, and this is where all data lives. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new table altogether. So let's just go to dashboard, and here we can keep the branch as the same branch, but here let's create a new database and call this database as Speakeasy Demo. Now again, feel free to call the database whatever you like. I'm just calling this demo to be consistent. Let's copy this snippet, for instance, and let's go to VS Code. For example, I'm going to close this. And this is where we want to go to n.local file and then add NeonDB credentials. So here we want to say this is the database URL, which is going to be this URL. All right, so now we have the connection information. Let's go ahead and create the tables. Now this is the Speakeasy demo database that we just created, but there are no tables here. So what we can do is let's refer to this specific diagram to truly understand how database schema is going to get set up. So right now we are going to create three different tables. One is the users table, payments table, and the post table. Users table will have all the user information. Payments table will have all the payment information. And the post table will have all the posts that the user uploads. Now, in the users table, user underscore ID, as well as in the post table, user underscore ID is in fact the Clerk ID that we get after user logs in with Clerk. They also have the email. Now we will be connecting the payments table with the users table via email, because every user, when they purchase a specific plan, they give us their email. So we will be using that as a primary way for us to connect the tables to check, hey, for this specific user, does this specific payment exist or not? Have they paid for anything? Based on that, we could show or hide information. And then we have the Stripe payment ID, which is going to be the payment ID from Stripe. And all the rest of the information in the payments table is all going to come from the Stripe API itself. Then in the users table, we have the customer ID, which is in fact a Stripe ID as well. So we could point to this and add it that this is a Stripe ID. And to be consistent, let's just use a purple stroke or a pink stroke, for instance. So this is going to be the Stripe ID, for example. Now, this customer ID also will indicate that, hey, this specific customer does have a Stripe plan, for example, and the status can either be active or cancel because we don't want to track necessarily anything else, whether it's active or not, for example. So, this is how table and database schema is going to be set up. Now, I'm going to give you the queries for creating the tables. So, let's head over to the SQL editor, and here we are going to, for instance, let's create a new query, and I'm going to give you the table information. So, for example, this is how we are going to create the three tables: users table, payments table, and the post table. So, we can also save a query, for example. So, this is creating all the tables, for example. Now, I have this query with me. To access this query, check out the README of the project. You will have access to it. So we have the users table. We are generating the UUID automatically, and UUID is essentially a unique identifier. Similarly, we have all the information that I just talked about. Created at is going to be automatically created, which is going to default to the current timestamp. And then we are going to add a constraint where the primary key of the users table is in fact the ID, and the email needs to be unique. We are always going to update a specific user status to be active or cancel. We're not going to create a new one. So every user record, every user email will only have one record. Then we have the payments table as well. In this payments table, we also have something similar. We are generating the UUID, and then the constraint is that the ID is going to be the primary key. And again, same thing, created at, refunded at are going to be different timestamps. And then in the post table, same thing. And then the constraint is again, same thing, ID is the primary key. With created at and UUID and or let's say ID are essentially going to get auto generated. So now if I run this, you can see we have three different tabs: create, create, and all three of those commands, all three of these create tables are executed successfully. So now if we go to the tables section, now we have payments, we have posts, and we have users, which is exactly what we want, for example. So in order for you to create the tables here, feel free to add it. Now, you may argue that we also need subscription information, we need more information from Stripe, we need to listen to more events. If you want to do that, feel free to go ahead. I'm going to give you a standard basic SaaS AI app example, but feel free to take it to whatever you like from here on, because I want to give you the foundation for building AI SaaS applications with Next.js. Let's head over to the docs and let's go to the Next.js section. So if I do show more, it will show us how to connect our Next.js application to Neon. Again, we already have a project, and let's just copy this. Hello. So let's just copy this, head over to our terminal and paste it. So we have npm install Neon server database. Let's rerun our server, for instance, and we already have the database, that we retrieved. And now we can just pretty much copy this code, which is that we are going to get the Neon connection and make sure that our database works. So in the libdb.ts file, we're going to paste what we copied. And again, here we're just going to add a check that if, I guess, this specific command does not exist, then I'm going to just throw an error that says Neon database URL is not defined, for instance. So I can be confident that this exists, for example. Now we are going to get the version and print the version, for instance. And we don't need this at all. What we're going to do is we can just export default async function. This way, anytime we get the DB connection, we are going to just say get DB connection. Or let's just say connect to DB. Just say get DB connection, for example. We don't even need to print this. Let's just return SQL. We could also just return it here, for example. All right. So now let's just make it a little bit more verbose here, because this is going to allow us to execute the SQL statements. So what we can do is, if we head over to the page.dsx file, or let's say we want to go to, and then let's say we go to, for instance, let's just head over to page, because this is where we are calling everything. But what we can do is, instead of calling it in page, because page will not necessarily have any database connection, what we can do is we could just go to app and create a new route here. And let's just call this route as dashboard. And in this route, let's create a new page.tsx file. We can just copy this and then return a section and call this dashboard, for instance. Now, if we go head over to our header file, we already have upload a video, go to dashboard already. So we can keep that as is over here, and we can navigate it from the header. And this is where we could call DB is going to be get database connection from our lib. If everything works as expected, we're going to print this value. So for example, I'm going to copy this and then paste this here, for instance. And this needs to be an async function. And the SQL is in fact going to be this. We still need, so we need to await this, and then let's print the version here. So we can just print it here on the UI. All right. So if everything works as expected, then if I go to upload a video, let's refresh the page. Let's head over to upload a video, and you can see that our version did get printed, which is exactly what we're looking for. So our database connection definitely works. So now going back to our Next.js sample, we have the database connection working, and now we could basically use SQL, use this specific function itself to create table, update table, and so on, and just write Postgres SQL queries basically. So you could write whatever queries you want from here, for instance. All right. Now what we can do is, let's head over to our API for payments folder. And then this is where we want to perform some operations. Before we do that, let's just make TypeScript happy. Let's remove unused imports here. And let's make this optional too. And TypeScript is happy now. Let's make sure we have done the same in all the other pages as well. All right, cool. So we don't have any errors here. Perfect. Let's close everything. And now let's just go to the payment route. Now remember, when we were navigating all the different routes, then it was quite difficult for us to figure out exactly what's happening, because there are so many routes now. We can create even more. So the way we could organize our projects is by, in Next.js, is by adding these brackets and saying that, and this won't be necessarily included in the route because of the way we are calling it. And by adding these brackets, we could pretty much move the code that should be behind a login to be there. So for example, I could move sign in there, logged in values there, for instance, and even dashboard. So this totally indicates to us that all of these are going to be for logged in users, whereas everything else is going to be for, all the other pages are going to be for non-logged in users, for example, such as the page route itself. So this just allows us to stay a little bit organized as well. All right, so now let's just close all of this and go back to payments route. Now this is where we want to invoke the code. For instance, we want to connect to the database and create or update the user. So let's create a new function here, and let's just call this handle checkout session completed. And this is where we will pass in the session itself and the stripe function, so we could execute more operation there. So what we can do is let's go to the lib folder and let's create a new file called as payment helpers.ts. And this is where we would create a function called as handle checkout session completed, which takes in a stripe value and also session, for instance. So we have session and stripe. So let's just change the order here to avoid any confusion. Honestly, with destructuring, it doesn't really matter. But to stay organized as the code grows, it's always good to follow the same order, for instance. Now, let's type this. So session is in fact going to be stripe dot checkout dot session, and then stripe is going to be of type stripe. All right, so now here what we want to do is we want to execute and create and update the user. So we could easily get the customer ID from session dot customer, and we could cast this to be string. Whoops. We could get the customer itself from await stripe dot customers dot retrieve the value using the customer ID, because what we want to do is we want to retrieve the specific customer information so that we can insert into the database. So eventually our code would look like this. So let's create a async function for create or user, and here we could say then again wrap this up in a try catch block as we make database set statements and say console.error in inserting user, the error itself, which can come from here. So now this is where again we can await SQL, and SQL is something that we could get from the database connection, for example. So we can just say get db connection, which is what we had earlier. And this is where we could trigger the insert statements. So we can say insert into users. We have email, we have full name, we have customer ID, and then the values are going to be customer.email. We definitely need that, right? And this is what we're going to get from here. So what we want to do here is we want to pass the value in. So create or date user, and we are going to pass in customer, for instance. And then customer from here, which is going to be of type stripe.customer. And again, await the database connection here. And then for creating or dating the customer, you need to pass in the customer itself. All right, so now we can get the customer.email. We also can get customer.name, and we can get customer ID. Now, we already have the customer ID here, so let's just pass that in as well. Customer ID. It's just gonna be string. All right, so now we have customer dot, or I guess just customer ID directly. So we are going to insert all of this information inside the users table. But now this is complaining that it's not assignable to types. So what we can do is we could over here check if customer, then only perform this operation, for instance. Or if email, whoops, in customer, then perform this specific operation. Now, we don't want to just blindly insert the user, because what we want to do here is if you go back to our diagram, we are in this part where we're trying to get the Stripe customer details. We're checking if we created the user, but we haven't checked if the user exists or not. So let's do that right now. So if user exists, so this is where we need to check if the user exists or not. So what we can do is we can add another query, which we can call it SQL query. Again, this is just going to be a select query from users where email equals customer dot email, for example. So if user dot length, if the user does not exist, that's only when we want to create this specific code, for instance. So now we know we are able to create or update the user. Similarly, Now we can also just import this over here as well. All right, so now we are creating and updating the user, but there are two more things we need to do. We also need to update user subscription, and we also need to insert the payment information as well. Because if you take a look, we haven't necessarily added the price ID. We just added 3 fields here. For instance, if we go to the database, users, we just added user ID, full name, email, and we added customer ID, but we didn't add price ID. And the way we could retrieve the price ID is through subscriptions. So we are creating the user here, but let's also update the user subscription as well. So again, we could just do function user subscription, and this is where code for SQL is going to come in play. And we don't need to establish a connection every single time. We can just establish the connection here and just pass it. And we can just call this neon config, or let's just say NeonDB. Let's just say any. We're passing in SQL, just again any here. And now here, let's just pass the SQL command that we added. This way we're establishing the connection just once. Now let's call the subscription, for instance, and pass in SQL command for now. Now we don't need any of this information. We just need to update it. So what we can do is just get rid of all of this. And now let's just update the information. So we can say update users set and then price ID itself. And this price ID is going to be price ID, which we will pass in. And price ID is going to be string, and this specific price ID. And then we are also going to set the status to be active, because remember, we're adding a new subscription here, but be quickly querying where email is going to be email. So we also need to add the email as well, for instance. So we have SQL command, price ID, and email. So now here we definitely need the price ID and we need the email. Now for email, we just did customer.email. So we could do that here as well. Customer.email. And we could cast this string. But how do we get the price ID? Well, there's a way for us to get price ID through the line items. So over here, after the customer, we could just get the price ID. And here from the session itself, we have the line items. And in the line items, we could get the data of 0.price.id, for instance. This would give us the price ID. So if I update it, we have SQL price ID email. And here we can add another condition that we only want to do this when we have the subscription price ID. Right. We need to also insert the payment. So we need to insert the payment inside of our payments table. So again, we're going to pass in the payment information. We also need to pass in the session and the customer.email as string as well. So if we take a look at our payments table, we have ID, which is auto-generated, but we have amount, status, Stripe payment ID, user email, and price ID. So that's all the information that we need here. So we could create a function called as insert payment. And again, let's pass in SQL. Let's pass in session, which is going to be stripe.session, or let's say stripe.checkout.session. Now, and again, same idea. We just need to copy this, paste it, or I guess we need to copy. Yeah, that's the right one. We don't need to check for anything. We can just directly add that in. Here we are going to say in payments, I want amount, status, Stripe payment ID. We want price ID, and we want user email. Again, a lot of the information will be available to us from the session itself. So we can say session.amount total. Then for status, we are going to say session.status. For Stripe payment ID, we will take the session ID itself. Then for price ID, we need to pass that in. So we can get price ID as a string. Then we also need to get the user email as well, which we already retrieved. So we will pass that in here, string. Let's just call this customer email and add that in here as well. All right, so now if we take a look here, we have SQL, we have session, we're passing in customer email, but we also need to pass in the price ID. We can just pass the price ID here. There you go. So now we are creating and updating the user only if the user doesn't exist. Then we are updating the subscription and then we are inserting the payment. So as the checkout session completed gets triggered, this is what would happen. So now if we we could trigger the event here, but let's also listen to it. So we could trigger the event here, but then we could also listen to it. So for that, let's just head over to the Stripe dashboard. Let's go to Webhooks. Here, we could create a new endpoint, test in a local environment, and then copy this code. We'll paste it. Again, let's tweak it to be 3000 API slash payments. Hit enter, and assigning secret is good to go. Let's just trigger an event. We already know the event we are going to trigger here. We are going to trigger checkout session completed. Let's see what happens. Now, as we do that, we can see all the information here. We have the session information, and there was no error that necessarily occurred. So we also have all the received events here too. So now if we go to the database and refresh the page, nothing really happens. Let's just restart the server. So if you remember, we actually canceled our subscription. So because of that, it is not going to like that. So we're going to delete the subscription. Or I think customers, we're just going to delete it, whatever these are, and delete. Let's just delete these three as well. For instance, delete it. Perfect. And if we go to subscriptions, can I delete this? No. All right. So now what we can do is just go to the dashboard directly. So I'm going to go to home. I'm signed in with my email address. Here, let's just go to the basic plan. Let's enter my email, and 42424242 is what we're going to enter. Now make sure status is canceled here. So again, we need to make sure that everything is seamlessly working. So if we go to customers, for instance, the customer doesn't exist, but we did delete some customers. Stripe webhook is going to get triggered for that. All right, so now here, let's just say 25, doesn't matter. And then let's add some other country. All right, so now if I hit subscribe, let's go to the dashboard, for instance. So the events are getting triggered here, and there are more events. Checkout session event got triggered. So let's see if we have information in the database. If I refresh the page, we do have information in our database. Look at that. So Neon database connection works. If you go to payments, then status is complete, and price ID also exists accordingly. There are no posts yet because we haven't uploaded anything. We haven't built the upload functionality, but this specific thing works. So if I go to subscription, we have a subscription active for this specific user. All right. So now we got the Stripe customer details. We checked if the user exists. If the user does exist, we want to deactivate the user for customer subscription deletion. But otherwise, we're going to create the Neon database user. So let's do that for the other one. So right now we have a customer subscription deleted, which means that they have canceled it. Let's create another function here, and let's call this handle subscription deleted. And we will pass in the subscription ID and Stripe. So if we go to payment helpers, here we can add export async function, handle subscription deleted with session and Stripe, or with subscription ID and Stripe, which is what we added here, subscription ID and Stripe. And this is where the code for that lives. And here for subscription ID, we are going to say it's going to be a string, and then stripe is just going to be a stripe value. All right. So now again, same thing. Let's add a try catch block. Just gonna copy it. Let's see if it auto populates. Try catch statement. There it is. And now here again, we want to get the subscription ID. So we are already getting the subscription and subscription ID. So let's just copy this and move it in here, for instance. Then we want to get the database connection. So let's just say get DB connection. And this is where we want to update the subscription information. So we want to say update users set status equal to cancelled, because we don't want to give access if the subscription has been deleted, where customer ID is equal to subscription dot customer. There you go. And in case of error, we want to say console.error, error handling subscription deletion. And this is where we want to log the error and then throw the error as well. All right. Similarly, we haven't updated it here. Inserting payment, inserting user, and then updating user. All right. So now let's just import this specific code. And we can easily trigger this specific code by going to the Stripe dashboard and canceling the user subscription. We are in a subscription, click on this. Here, let's just click on these three dots, or pricing. We have customers here, we have subscription. Oops, it was right there. So we can click on this and cancel the subscription. We want to cancel it immediately and cancel the subscription. The minute we do that, let's see what happens. So events got fired, subscription deleted. If I go here, then there are no errors, which is good news. So now our status should be canceled if in our Neon database. And status is cancelled because subscription is no longer valid. So this is this status field is what we would use to check the subscription is active or not on the front end, for instance. All right. So quick check for all of this would be, since we are already logged in, we could go to the logged in dashboard page, and here instead of we're checking the version here, right? So what we could do is we could just query the database, and we can say select star from users where status is equal to active and email equal to the email that we have. So now this email needs to come from somewhere. So Clerk gives us these wonderful hooks as well that we could use. So we could use the hook for await current user, for instance. And this specific current user is going to give us a user object. So if you click on it, click on user, we get a email addresses array, which gives us the email address. So here we could say email is going to be user dot email addresses 0 dot email address, for instance. And if this does not exist, let's just add empty, for instance. All right, so now we have the email, we have the response for it. So instead of accessing the version, we can just print the response here. So you can just say status is invalid, or we could just print JSON stringify the value itself. All right. So now if we go back to home and let's go to upload a video, it's empty. So this means status is not active. But if I change the condition, then it's in fact giving us the correct user information, which is what we have here. So we are getting the response, and we are showing that on the page as well. So now we can actually build our functionality further. So over here we have completed this entire functionality. So now we could actually look into building where we are connecting the Clerk user to the database user, because right now we're cheating a little bit. If you go to the table for users, the user ID is null, and this is where the clerk user ID needs to be. So instead of checking for email here, we could just check directly for user ID. So this is where we need to update the user ID. So we can do that now. So let me quickly pause here and talk about server components and client components. By default, in the Next.js app router, any page that you create is in fact a server component by default. Unless you specify use client directive on top, it is in fact going to be a server component. Now, server components allow you to write your UI code that can be rendered and cached on the server. So, for instance, you can make database calls directly because it has access to the server. React renders server components into a special data called as a React Server Component Payload. Next.js uses this payload and client component JavaScript instructions to render HTML on the page. Now, the React team thought that why not? Right now, what we are doing is we are essentially, whenever there's a server involved, we typically make an API request, for instance. And I have a diagram for this right here. We typically we make an API request. So the browser is gonna make a request, and we have server components here, for instance. And in the case of client components, what's gonna happen is the browser is gonna make an API request to fetch the data. We have separate client side bundle. Server is gonna return JSON data. Then browser is gonna hydrate that data onto the browser screen and then render components from the client side bundle. But technically, if all the JavaScript code can easily run on the server, then why not? That is where server components were born. So on request, you fetch whatever data you want, and the components as well. Just the card here lives as a server component. And then the special payload is called the RSC stream, which is React Server Component Stream. And you could render that on the browser. And that is how server components are born. Server components, because server components give you a huge benefit in terms of performance, because now the browser has less things to do. So if you are on a slow network or if your Wi-Fi is really slow, browser has less things to do. Server is typically really fast and will give you all the data necessary for browsers to render it on the page. That's why server components are pretty cool. So now let's implement the functionality where we are going to connect the database user to the clerk user if the specific user email exists in the database or not. If it exists, then we want to connect the DB user with the clerk authentication user. If not, then we need to ask them to upgrade to basic or pro. So here we are already checking if the user exists or not. So we got the database connection and we have the email addresses. We are going to check if the user subscription is active, or even in fact the email exists. And this could be the user itself, and this would be clerk user, just to make it even more obvious. Now, if user and user.length is greater than 0, then we want to update the user ID in users table, for instance. So user ID will be clerk user.id, for instance. And let's set the user ID to be null here. And now we can just update the user. So here we can say SQL update users set user underscore ID is equal to user ID, where email equals email. Perfect. So we have now updated if the user email exists. We have connected the users. So let's just print the user response here. And now if I go back here and refresh the page, which is fine, but now you can see user ID is in fact connected to the clerk user ID itself, which is exactly what this code did. All right, so now it's time for us to figure out, okay, now that we have this specific user, we also need to ensure that we are showing the active information about the page as well, because we just implemented this functionality, but we also need to show the user that they need to upgrade to basic or pro. So we need some sort of a condition where we can say if it's basic plan or not. And we need some sort of a plan type that would allow us to say, okay, basic. Or if I also want to say if it's a pro plan, because the plan type itself is pro. So we need these options. So how do we get the plan type? Well, we already have the user information. So if we go to our database, we already have the price ID here. And this specific price ID, if you copy this, and let's head over to our pricing page. If I paste it, this is in fact the price ID for basic. So what we could do is we could just create a constants file. So in lib, in utils, or I guess let's just create a new constants file here. And let's extract this thing out. Let's copy this. Whoops, not here. Let's paste this here. And let's export this as well. So we need to import the plans map here. And now we could easily check the price ID. So for example, we know for sure this is going to be the price ID, for instance. So what we could do is assess the price ID first. So we can say user of 0. And again, let's move this condition here, because only if the user exists, we have a price ID. So we can say price underscore ID. Plan type will be, and again, let's assign a plan type. Plan type will be, and let's call this a starter. And starter would basically mean that, hey, they don't have an account. So here we can say plan type would be plans map dot filter plan. Then we can say plan dot price ID equal to price ID. If that's true, then we would get the 0th element and we would retrieve the name of the plan, or I guess ID of the plan in this case. All right. So now this specific code, again, we can just assign this. We can just say check plan type. For instance, if check plan type or let's just do this 0, otherwise it's just gonna be starter again. Perfect. All right, so now we have the plan type. So here we should be able to type the plan. So it's basic plan, then, or if it's pro plan. So let's just say if basic plan, then we want to print 3. If it's pro plan, we want to say unlimited, otherwise empty, for instance. So now if we go back to our code, and it says 3 because we are on a basic plan, in fact. But again, this is great because it thinks that we have an active plan. Because we're not necessarily checking if the user has canceled it or not. The user has canceled a subscription or not, for instance. So we could add another query here where we can say, hey, has user cancel? And this can be false, for instance. But what we want to do here is SQL query, which is very similar to this one, right? Select star from users, email is email, and when status equals cancel. That means the user has definitely canceled, for instance. Now again, this is has user cancel query. So if the length is greater than 0, else if query exists, and we can say and has user query dot length is greater than 0, then we can say has user cancel is true, for example. Again, let's keep this has user cancel equals false, for instance. So again, we can print this plan, and if has user cancel, then active. We can say this is cancel. So now if I go back here, refresh the page, we don't get anything. Let's see what's going on. So if we log this, we can say has user cancel, and the answer is false. User has not canceled, which is not necessarily true. So if the email is email, and if the user has canceled, so The status is cancel. So let's take a look at the database. The status is cancel. And if I take this query and go to the SQL editor, write a new query here and say if email is my email, for instance. I hit run. This user does exist, for instance. So if the query exists, and if it would never ever go here, because we don't want this to be a if else condition. So now it's in fact true. So now if we go back to the app, they have cancel, but they had a basic plan, for instance. All right, so now all this works, but our code is very messy. Let's abstract functions out. So first of all, what we could do is let's create helpers. So we can say user helpers. And again, we can say export async function. And the name is gonna be has user, I guess just has cancel subscription. SQL, this is gonna be neon query function false. And then email will be string. So we could just return this. Perfect. Here we can just get await has user cancel SQL email. And again, we don't even need all of this code, for instance, right? We could just get this specific function to return that. So we can just say again const query equals, and we can just say query if it exists, and query dot length is greater than 0. If it's equal to 0, for example, that means the user has canceled. Sorry, greater than 0, then the user has canceled. All right, so now we can just get this, and this could be called has cancelled subscription. Let's import it, and yes, the user has canceled or not. And if we go back to the app, and they have canceled. Beautiful. All right, so we could get rid of this. Similarly, let's abstract these functions out too. So user, then we have the plan filter and so on as well, because we would use that everywhere else too. So again, we can just grab this code, and we can just say plan type equals await get plan type. For example, user 0 dot, let's just do user for now. And here we can just say async function get plan type, return this whole thing, or just this. So plans map can be imported, price ID cannot, so we can just pass in the price ID here. And we can just return the plan type. For instance, price ID is gonna be a string, and we can just add price ID directly here, port plan type from here, for instance. So do we need to await this? Not really. There's nothing to await here. So this could be just a utility function. We can remove the const here. Right, so now we have a basic structure. We could also extract this code out, and as well as this code out as well, if you like. So this one could be update user with SQL and user ID and email. So we go here, copy this whole thing, update user ID is going to be string and email. And then the code could be just this. And we could just return this, for instance. These abstractions are really good to help us refactor our code and make it scalable as well. So SQL, user ID, and string. And then if there is a user ID, then only we want to update the user, for instance. And lastly, we could just do this and check if the user exists or not. So we can say does user exist, then wait this, for instance. Same idea, SQL email. Go back here, copy this, does user exist, paste this. And then we can just check this because we are already checking if the user exists or not here. So we can add this if user, so if return query, else return false, or I guess null. All right, so now if user, then get the user's 0th element dot price ID and so on. All right, so our code is looking quite cleaner now comparatively. So if we head back to the dashboard, then we have the plan to be canceled and then basic plan to have 3. So now we could actually work on the UI, which is this one. You need to upgrade to basic or pro. So if we go to our speakeasy.ai, ai.dev and go to upload a video, we have this specific UI. So let's go ahead and build that. So we can just open this up side by side. All right, and now let's start building the UI for it. If you go to upload video and speakeasy AI, that's exactly what we want. First of all, let's wrap this whole thing in a BG gradient component. Then we want a div with a class name, can mx auto, max w7xl, px6, py24, small is going to be py32 from small onwards, large onwards is going to be px8. All right, so now let's go ahead and add flex call, item center, justify center, gap 6, text center, for instance. And for this build, we actually need a badge from ShadCN UI. So let's just go to ShadCN docs and let's add the badge component. Let's copy this and here let's stop this, paste it. So now let's import the badge here and let's import this from ShadCN UI. We have something displayed here, but there's no content in it. And this is where maybe we would add our plan type. Plan. There you go. So this is a basic plan because right now for the plan type, we get the plan type and then we basically return an ID, for instance, over here, right? So we don't have to return this. We could just return the 0th element and then we can say ID here, or we could say name here. This could be ID, for instance. And then to get the actual plan type ID, we could just say plan type name to get plan type price ID dot name. We're pretty much calling this the same thing. So we can just say get plan type and then destructure ID and name, for instance. So this would be plan type ID and this would be plan type name, just like that. We have plan type. So we can just say, to fix that issue, we could just say plan type ID is gonna be ID, for instance. And we don't need a const value here. And this would be ID. Right, so now we have plan type name as well. Just again, we need to do plan type name equals. To be honest, we could just assign the price ID outside. So we could just say let price ID equals null and then extract these two out here. So price ID is gonna be this, for instance. And then we can say ID is gonna be plan type ID and name is gonna be plan type name. For example, we could get rid of this and this could be starter, for instance. So now let's give the badge a class name as well to make it look exactly how we want it to. So we can say to R from purple 700 to pink 800. Text is gonna be white, px4, py1. We're giving vertical as well as horizontal padding. Text large, font semi-bold, and capitalize. All right, so now you can see that the basic plan is already looking quite good. All right, so now we have the badge. We are telling users that, hey, this is a basic plan. Now let's give it a H2 as well. And here we can say start creating amazing content. Again, the class name for this is going to be capitalize and text 3XL with font bold, tracking tight, text gray 900, and small is gonna be 4XL. There you go. Now let's also add another p tag, which is gonna be for upload your video or magic. So this is where the p tag comes in. Upload your video. Again, we're gonna give it a class as well. So empty2, text large, leading 8, text gray 600, and max w2xl, because we want to squeeze it a little bit. We don't want it to take the full width, for example. All right, so now we have subtitle as well. And this is where now we start saying you get 3 blog posts as part of the basic plan. So this is where things get really fun, because we want to change 3 and we want to change basic, for instance. So we can say, we already know this information, right? If it's basic plan, then it needs to be 3. Otherwise, it needs to be unlimited, for instance. So here what we could do is basic plan, then it's going to be 3. Otherwise, it's going to be unlimited. For example, 3 blog posts, unlimited blog posts as part of the, if it's basic plan, then you get basic, otherwise pro. And that's something that we already did. So we could just add plan type name here. So if I go back, let's just add some spacing here. There you go. So you get 3 blog posts as part of the basic plan. And now let's give it some class name as well. And the basic plan 3 blog posts actually looks a little different. So here we can give it a span. For instance, let's give it class name, font bold, text amber 500, or let's give it 600. And then background amber 100, padding horizontal 2, padding y1, and rounded as well. There you go, looking so much better. And lastly, for the plan type itself, we want it to be bold. So again, let's wrap this up in another plan type name. Here we can say it's going to be font bold and capitalize. There it is. And we also need space here too. There it is. All right, so now we have get 3 blog posts, get 3 blog posts, for instance. Let's now increase the entire size itself. So margin top 2, text is going to be large. So now you can already see that there's a margin and the text is going to be large, but we want the text to be larger in case of if it's the device is more than the small size. And we have text large, leading 8, text gray 600. So you can already see how the changes are coming along. And max W2XL with text center. There it is. Perfect. So now we have all of this here too. Very similar to what we had. All right, perfect. Lastly, we definitely want to show, now here I am using a completely different database, but if the user has canceled the subscription, then we don't want it to say, we don't want them to show the upload functionality at all. We want to show that, hey, please upgrade your plan. So we need to create a upgrade your plan, almost like a component here. So let's just add that, upgrade your plan, for instance. So if we go to components in, let's just say we want to create a new folder, call this upload. And here, let's add upgrade your plan component. Let's see, DRC. So we have upgrade your plan component here. Now, again, we have a div with flex call, item center, justify center, gap 6, text center, for instance. Let's import the component here too. And again, we only want to show this component when the user has canceled it. So we can say here, has user canceled, then show this component, else show upload, for example. And this upload will be replaced later on. So you can see that upload didn't get printed, and that's because the user has canceled a subscription. So now I'm going to add P again here. And let's just copy the P tag code from here. So we want margin 2, text large, leading 8, 100, max to excel, text center. And we also want border 2, border red 200, BG red 100. Padding is going to be 4, rounded is going to be large, and border is going to be dashed. And this is where we need to say you need to upgrade to the basic plan or the pro plan to create blog posts with the power of AI. And we can give a heart emoji, for instance. Look at that. So this is exactly what we want, which tells the user. And now the other thing we could do is we could redirect the user to pricing so they know that they could go and purchase that one of the plans, for example. So we have go to pricing, and then here we can have arrow right with class name of W4 H4. And for link, again, it's not in this. So we need to give flex to item center, and let's give text purple 600 with font semi bold. There it is. So now we have this as well. So they know that they can go back to pricing to update it, for example, and get a new subscription. All right. So now upgrade your plan is also completed. So now we can start looking into the upload functionality. So if you compare these two, the only thing that's pending right now is the upload functionality. Let's look into the upload functionality and then we'll look at edit. With upload, whenever a user uploads a file, then we pass it through Zod. So what exactly is Zod? Zod is TypeScript for schema validation library. It allows us to check the contents of input before we even pass it in. This way, we are not passing invalid data to the server, for instance. So that's what we're going to use Zod for. Let's go ahead and build these two things and then we will tackle it one by one. So first of all, let's create a upload button here, upload functionality. Let's call this upload form. Now let's just call this upload form.tsx and we're calling this upload form. It's a very simple form. Let's just import it, for instance. And now here, let's implement a basic form. In order for us to do that, we are gonna use the form attribute and give it a class name. But before that, let's add a input. Now we need input from ShadCN. So let's head over to the terminal, and over here, just like we added badge, let's add input as well. Again, if we take a look at ShadCN UI library, then input is something that we need here. So for example, if we need a file upload, then we can just grab the code from here. So we can copy this and add it here inside of our upload form. We don't need label particularly, so we can get rid of it. But let's just get the input itself. So let's see, is input added? Yay. Not really. So if you take a look at the UI code, yes. Oops. Let's just close this. In here, let's just copy input from the installation section and paste it. Perfect. Now, if we take a look at UI, we also have input. Now we can import input from the UI folder. There we go. So now we're just gonna say false here, for instance, and let's restart our server again and let's refresh the page. Perfect. So now we have our input, which is pretty decent looking. So let's just add a button for our input as well, which is gonna be upload file, or we call it transcribe. There it is. So this is definitely a grid. We don't want it to be a grid. We want a flex, justify end, item center, gap 1.5, and for the form, we need gap 6. There you go. All right, so now we have, this is gonna be a file. So let's add that. The type is gonna be file, and we are gonna accept either audio slash asterisk comma video slash asterisk, for instance. And this is gonna be a required one itself. So if I hit submit, it's gonna tell me that, hey, please select a file. This is what we want. Let's also give the name of the file to be just file as well. All right, so now for the button itself, we're just looking at the styling here. So we are gonna say BG purple 600. Perfect. So now our button is looking quite good actually, which is pretty nice. Now, if you notice that for the upload form, there is a nice gradient. So let's wrap this up in a gradient and let's keep it as is. For example, now you can see how there's a gradient here. This is definitely, it has less padding than this one, which is fine. So we get rid of this. All right. So let's go back to our upload form itself. Now let's get Zod installed so we can add some TypeScript validation here. So with Zod, let's just go to the introduction and let's install it, for instance. So we can just do npm install Zod. Let's install Zod and run the development server. So now that we have Zod installed, all we need to do to use Zod is to basically pass it through a schema validator. So let's just go ahead and define a schema here. So we need to tell the schema that, hey, this is our object gonna look like. So for example, in our case, it's gonna be a file, and that file is gonna be instance of the type file. And if you, for some reason, if I don't pass you a file, then you can give me a message saying invalid file, for instance. Now, Z is going to be Zod. So we install that. And once we have this, we are going to say, now that we have a file, you have made sure that it's good. We're going to refine it and we are going to check the file size. So here I'm going to say file size will be less than 20 megabytes. Typically for OpenAI, it's actually 25. So when we pass the file to OpenAI, it's going to be 25. But that's okay. We are going to be a little safe and gonna say it's going to be 20. Must not exceed 20 megabytes, for example. So now we have defined this, check the size of the file. Now let's make sure that it's in fact a audio file. It's sorry, a video file as well. So if the file dot type starts with audio slash or file dot type dot starts with video slash, for instance, then it's fine. And the second parameter is always going to be the error. File must be an audio or a video file, for instance. And this error would really help us because we are not going to pass data or invalid file to the server. We don't want to waste our resources here. So now we could easily just have our button code, for instance, so we can give it a on-click handler, or let's give it an action here. For now, let's just say on submit, and we will create an action later on. So you can say handle form transcribe or handle transcribe. And here we're going to call handle transcribe. It's going to be form data, and we can just get the file. So we can say form data dot get file, and this could be as of type file. Now this is where we will use Zod schema parser. So we can get the schema that we declared, which is right here. And then we're going to safely parse that schema. And we're going to pass in the file. So this is what we're doing. We're saying validate the schema against the specific file. Validate the file against this specific schema. Make sure it's all good. But if it's not successful, then just error out, for example. So we can just print it here. Validated fields dot error dot flatten. You're flattening the errors and printing the field errors, for instance. Now I said we will call this on submit, but with the form, we're going to use something called as server actions and mutation. The server actions are essentially asynchronous actions that are executed on the server. Just like how we talked about server components are mainly used to fetch data, server actions are in fact used to mutate data on the server. So, server actions can be called in server and client components to handle form submissions and form mutations specifically. So, in order for us to declare something function as a server action, all we need to do is call useServer on top. So, the first step is say action, handle transcribe, and then call this a useServer. Now, if I call this, nothing happens. But now, if I select a file, and if I say desktop, output, and let's say I have this specific file and I print it and transcribe, for instance, let's open up this. Nothing's going to happen really. But you can see server actions must be async functions. So we need to make this async, for instance. Now, the fact that we have so many, we have a form, we have a handler, we also need to make this a client component. You would always want to make something a client component whenever you want, whenever you have client functionality, you need to utilize the browser. In this case, clearly we are inputting the file from the browser, from the user. So we definitely need it to be a client component. So what we can do is we can get rid of this for now and let's just give it the output, for instance, and hit transcribe. Now, if we go to our terminal, it's giving an, let's clear the dashboard and let's transcribe again. We don't see anything because the file is valid. So let's input a invalid file. So let's add a file that is massive, for instance. So we have a 62 megabytes file. If I hit transcribe, then not here, oops. If I go to the browser, since we made it a client component, you can see validated fields message is in fact that the file size must not exceed 20 megabytes because I clearly added a massive file, for instance. So in that case, this is pretty clear that our validation is working, Zod is working. But we can make it even more fun because if we go to Speakeasy AI and if I enter a massive file, hit transcribe, see how there is a nice toast message here? Similarly, we could do something here too. In order for us to do that, we need to use the toast component from ShadCN UI. So we're going to copy the toast and stop the server, paste it in. It's going to install the dependencies for toast. Let's restart our server. So in order for the toast to show up, we just need to add this after the main tag in layout. So let's just go to layout and after the main tag, let's add the toaster, for instance. So we added the toaster right here. And then in order for us to use it, we just need to use toast and destructure toast from use toast. So here we can, oops, we could import it and then we can destructure toast from use toast that we just called. And now here, let's just make it fun. So we can say toast is going to be title, just going to be something went wrong. Description will be validated fields. Again, exactly this. But because we called a file as file, it's going to be file of 0, else it's going to be invalid file. So whatever error that Zod gives us, we are going to show it. And the variant is going to be of this. And then the variant is going to be destructive. There you go. So now if I hit transcribe, nothing happens. Let me refresh the page and you can see cannot find module. I'm gonna get rid of that and use my import to import it because the way we are importing it is slightly different. Now if we refresh the page, again same thing for layout too. If I say toaster from toaster, so now if we go to toaster, okay, let's just import use toast from here. If I look at upload, this should be fine. Now let me clear it and upload a huge file. If I hit transcribe, you can see that the toast is actually printed, for instance, and the variant is gonna be destructive here, for example. So now if I select a big file and hit transcribe, there you go. We have something went wrong. And let's also add a emoji to add that extra note to the user that, hey, you clearly did something wrong here, for instance. All right. Now we can tweak toast code because we don't want the destructive variant to to be that destructive, to be honest. So let's just tweak the code here. So if we search for this, wow, I can't spell today, but let's copy what we had here and let's go to toast. There it is. So now we are clearly saying the background is destructive here. So let's tweak that. So we can say border can be destructive, but in fact, background is going to be red 100 and text gray 900, for instance. Because we don't want it to be so destructive. So now when we enter a big file, look at that. It's looking so much better for our application UI. All right, so now we have a nice toast component as well, which works. Now let's upload our file to UploadThing. Now, why would we use a service like UploadThing over here? When we perform the Zord validation, why can't we just directly send it to OpenAI Whisper AI transcription? Well, that's because there is a limit with if you're using your deployment for platform as Vercel or a lot of the platforms, there is a limit for 4.5 megabytes, for instance. So how do I bypass it? So the request body needs to be 4.5 megabytes. So one of the things that they do recommend is to one, reduce the size, or create client upload page, use Vercel blob, or even upload it to different services such as Cloudinary, FaunaDB, AWS S3. Now, AWS S3, if you have taken a look at that before, it's quite complicated. UploadThing is essentially a wrapper. It's actually built by Theo. And if you know Theo, you know whatever he recommends is pretty good. And whatever he builds is really good as well. So this is just a better way for file uploads for developers. And frankly, the documentation is amazing and it's exactly what we are looking for. It allows us to upload files, and uploading files to a cloud should not be that difficult. The pricing is also pretty good. So you could get like started for free, for instance. But all you need to do is create a uploader. For instance, in our case, it will be a video or audio uploader. And then we can either render a button or we could also use a hook that UploadThing provides us. So if you take a look at the documentation, all we need to do on Next.js, again, it tells us install the package, get the secret file, get the secret value, get a router, because that's what Vercel tells us to do as well. At the bottom, we want to create a route here. This way, we're able to directly pass the file, add any limits that we want as well. And then if we choose to use UploadThing's component, which is the upload button, then you can configure the styles here. But if not, you could directly use a hook with React. So for example, if we, let's say, go to working with files. So for example, if we go to React, there is a hook called use upload thing. And again, it provides a function to start uploading, for instance. So we could easily use this as well, where again, we are starting the upload. Once upload is completed, we could perform whatever operations that we want as well, for instance. So UploadThing is pretty good, and that's exactly what we'll be using now. So in order for you to get started with UploadThing, you would definitely have to create an account. So for example, if let's say I were to go to sign in, I could just sign in with GitHub, for instance, and I am ready to go. This is where we would go and create our app, Speak Easy AI demo. That's what I'm going to call it. This is optional. And I'm on the East Coast, so I'm just going to select Ohio. and create the checkout. Now, again, I don't want to subscribe yet, so I'm just gonna go back, and there you go. So this is completely free to use. You don't need to pay. So you can always go back there on the checkout screen. And if I go to files, this is where all my files would be located. If I go to API keys, this is where my API keys are as well. So if I hit copy and go to end.local file, and again, let's create upload thing values, then we can easily paste here as well. And then you can upgrade it if you like, but the free plan is quite generous, to be honest. It's 2 gigabytes, so you could always, if your application grows and if you don't care of the files from the users, you could always delete it as well. Because anyway, in our case, in our service, once we get the transcriptions from the file, we don't necessarily need the original file, so we could have some sort of a cron job to delete the files as well if we like. We don't need to worry about it for now. All right, so let's go ahead and implement UploadThing. So if we go to the documentation, let's go to the app router section, copy this, head over to the terminal and paste it. It's installing. Let's run the server again. We already got the secret. Now let's just create a route. Now we are going to create a folder called UploadThing in the API folder, and we are going to create a new file called as code.ts. Now let's copy this file and paste it. Now, I'll shrink this a little bit. If you take a look at this specific file, it's basically the file router for your app. This is where you want to replace it with Clerk because we don't need a fake ID here. So it has a middleware, so you can set permissions, check the code, make sure this user is authenticated. And once the upload is completed, you can return whatever it is that you want, for instance. So what we can do here is, again, we don't need any of these comments, and let's just get rid of all of this. We can return some sort of a user ID and we can replace this code later, but we don't need it to be an image uploader. We need a video or audio uploader, for instance. So I'm going to say video, and the max size is going to be, they have specific parameters here. So let's see. They have 128 megabytes, that's too big. 2 megabytes, 4 megabytes, 64 megabytes. What do they have in twos? Threes? 32 megabytes, 2. So the closest is 32 megabytes, so let's just select that. But remember, Zord is already going to take care of 20 megabytes for us, so we can just use the value that's closest here. All right, so now in the case of auth function, we need to use auth from Clerk. So in order for us to do that, let's go to the Clerk documentation. So if we head over to Clerk and if we go to their docs, for instance, is it this one? Yep. If we go to their documentation, we could get the current user easily from Clerk. It calls fetch and it uses the get users method endpoint, and it counts towards the backend API request limit as well. So we could just grab this and add it here. For instance, we can say this current user, and this is exactly what we use in the front end as well. So we get the current user. If there is no user, we just say unauthorized. Otherwise, we are gonna say user.id, which is exactly what we want. Now, what's the middleware is just going to pass it to this specific function. So we have the metadata.user ID, and then we get the file URL. So it's going to upload it after. We have the user ID, and now we also need to submit the file URL as well, which could be file.url, for instance. Or we could just say the file. Let's keep it file URL because it's more obvious. All right, so now that we have a route, the next thing we need to do in UploadThing is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. This is a core TS file inside of UploadThing folder. We need an API route as well. For that, again, we're going to go to the API folder in UploadThing, call this route.ts and paste it. We already have the file router from core, which is this one. That's what's importing. And then it's just creating a route handler for a route. All right. Now we don't need any of these styles because we're not going to use the component from UploadThing, but instead we are going to use the React hook. So let's just use UploadThing, for instance. So let's just go to our upload form, and here let's just start upload and use upload thing. So this clearly means the fact that we can't find it means that we have missed something in the documentation. So if we go back, we created the route, then we created the file router. We don't need the styles, but we do need this utils file, for instance. So if we head over to utils, so it's asked us to create a folder called utils. So let's do that. Let's just say utils. And here let's create a file called uploadthing.ts and paste this. Now the file router is in fact going to come from somewhere else. So let's just import that and import the type of it. There it is. So now if I say, so now if we go back to React and go to use upload thing, for instance, use upload thing comes from the upload thing itself. So let's import it here and say slash utils slash upload thing. And let's go to the utils file. And even if we don't necessarily need all of this, we definitely should get use upload thing from equals generate react helpers. In fact, we did need the previous code. There it is. All right, so now we don't need this, but we need use upload thing from equals generate react helpers with our file router and invoking the function here. So this way we are exposing this value. We can get rid of this. And now we have use upload thing. But the use upload thing takes in a parameter, which is video or audio uploader. And this is something that we defined in the core service, which is right here. We said it's going to be a video audio uploader. So it's only going to look at this code, for instance. All right. So now that we have this, once we have validated with Zod, we could check if the file exists. And if it does, then we could start the upload. So we can say start upload, for instance, and then pass in the file because it takes in an array. So we could just pass the file just like this. Now let's see what happens here. So I'm just going to say const response is this. Now they have the start upload here, and then here itself, they have this code for on client upload complete. But we could also just wait for the response here, or we could just use this. So let's just use this instead. So let's right next to this, we're gonna do this. All right. So now we added the code here, and it's gonna wait. And if everything works as expected, then it's gonna say upload successfully. It's gonna give us an alert. Now we could just be fancy and use our toast component here and just say title is gonna be upload successfully, for instance. Otherwise, just error. All right, so now if we just refresh the page and clear the console one last time, there it is. And now gonna go to the console. Let's clear it. Now let's go ahead and upload a file. So let's upload one of these files. It's this one. And let's hit transcribe. Upload has begun. Yay, because this is the upload begin button, and uploaded successfully. And the response was returned as well, which was 0th element of our data. And we also have a file URL as well, which is pretty awesome. So if we head over to upload thing and just refresh the page, we see this file here, which is one of the YouTube videos that I had split up in chunks, which is pretty awesome. So now we already have the code for uploading it. So we could just also do this for fun. So we can just say upload has begun. So upload has begun, and add a rocket emoji or something like that. And then in this case, instead of alert, let's just share an error saying that error occurred. And the error, I'm pretty sure, can just come from here, for instance. There you go. All right, so now our upload thing code is completely done. So now that we have been able to upload our file to upload thing, and we are able to retrieve the file URL, now it's time for us to transcribe that file with Whisper API. So if we go to Whisper API is provided via OpenAI, and as we all know, ChatGPT is also created by OpenAI. So they have a bunch of different AI models that we could utilize to first transcribe the file and then convert that into blog posts. So if we were to click on start building, for instance, whoops, then we can easily just look at the documentation to figure out the APIs that we are going to use. So if we take a look at, let's say, text to speech or image generation or speech to text and so on, there are a bunch of different APIs. So the API that we are looking for is transcription, for example. So with Whisper, we want to essentially provide the file, and then we want Whisper to then create transcriptions out of it. And based on the transcriptions that we get from the file, we are then going to use another API to generate the blog post. So, transcribing the file and then generating the blog post. And for generating the blog post itself, we're going to use the chat completion API. It is a core API endpoint, for instance, where we would pass in the prompt to the assistant, and we're going to ask our assistant, we're going to train our assistant to basically give us a blog post with the tone that we want as well. So we're going to build both of these right now. So first, let's take a look at the Whisper API. This is a Python example, but we could easily use the OpenAI package if we head to npm.js. And I believe there is also a JavaScript example as well. So this is a Node.js example here, as you can see. So we could just install the OpenAI package to get started. So here, first of all, we need to expose a key. So we can copy just this part, and then go to m.local file. And this is where we want to create OpenAI key here, for instance. Now we will fill this key in a second. Now let's also install OpenAI as well. So let's go to our terminal and paste npm install OpenAI and then start our development server. And this is the completions API that we will use later on. But first, we are going to use the Whisper API. But before we do any of that, let's create the OpenAI API key. So we could create the API key in the dashboard. Now keep this in mind, I'm logged in, so I'm just going to quickly log out here. And let's say I were to click create an API key here. You can see I need to sign up or log in. OpenAI gives you about $15 worth of credits for free. So you could use OpenAI readily. I'm just going to use my email address, and then in the API key section, I'm going to create a new API key and call this Speakeasy AI Demo. And this is going to be for the default project. And then the key I get is what I'm going to paste in here. All right, so now we also have the Speakeasy Demo API key as well. So if we go back to our app, let's just look for Whisper, or let's just make sure we have followed all the instructions here. We did. And now let's just go to Whisper API. Again, they are asking us to do the same thing. Instantiate an OpenAI instance, instantiate OpenAI, and then transcribe the file. So let's head over to our documentation, our code, not documentation, and let's head to upload. We had the upload form here where we are starting the upload, and once we do get the response is when we want to do anything. So here we can check or say if there is no response, then we want to send a toast message similar to what we had here, but something like something went wrong uploading. Or we could just say something went wrong with description is gonna be please use a different file. So if the file is corrupt or something happens, we're going to use destructive. And now that we have a response, we are going to send another response, but not with destructive. We're just going to say here that the transcription is in progress. So let's look for a mic. And this will just let the user know what's happening and what the state of the file is, essentially. Because all these requests do take time. So we can say digital wizards are sprinkling magic dust on your file. Again, this is just for fun. Perfect. So now we can just create a new function and call this transcribed uploaded file and pass in the response that we get. This function does not exist, but let's create a new folder altogether and create a folder for server actions. And we're going to call this upload actions. To make a file use server actions, we need to add use server on top, copy this and add transcribe uploaded file with response. And this response is in fact going to return server data with user ID as string and with file any, just like this. Now, if there is no response, then we just want to say, hey, success is false and message is going to be file upload failed, for instance. Now, what we're going to do is, here we want to retrieve information about server data and the file URL itself. So let's just get the user ID, for instance, and we can call this dot server data dot user ID. Similarly, let's also get the file from response 0 dot server data dot file. Now again, we can make this code a bit better by destructuring it here, destructuring server data, and then using user ID and file, and then we can get URL and name as well, for instance. And let's get rid of all of this. The name is going to be the file name and the URL is going to be the file URL. So we're just giving different aliases to the name. So if no file URL or no file name, then again we are going to handle the scenario where success is false, message is going to be file upload fail, and then data is going to be null. Again, we want to pass data as null here as well. All right. So now we can finally give Whisper AI the file itself. So in order for us to do that, let's just say const transcription equals wait OpenAI. Now, before we do any of this, let's import OpenAI. So we can say import OpenAI from OpenAI. Let's say OpenAI here. And now we can say OpenAI is going to be new OpenAI. And this is where we will pass in the API key from process.end. And what was the name again? OpenAI API key. And paste this, for instance. All right. So now we can add a try catch block, for instance. And here we want to call the OpenAI itself. So we can say transcriptions equals await OpenAI dot, and you can already see all the different functions we can call. And here we want to call audio dot transcriptions dot create. And the model that we're going to use for this is going to be Whisper1. And the file is going to be the file that we get. And again, for now, let's just add null and add the rest of the function here. So what is going to be the file here? Well, we already have a file URL that got uploaded, so we could pretty much just pass that in. But in order for us to get that file and the type of the specific one, we need to first fetch the file itself. So here we can say response is going to be await fetch and with the file URL. And as we fetch it, we can pass the response directly to the Whisper API. And now we can log this and say transcription. Let's just say transcriptions, for instance. If not here, but if everything works, then right now this is the format we are passing in. But this is going to be success is true. Data is going to be transcriptions and user ID if needed. And this is going to be file uploaded successfully. And the error is again going to be this return type where we say it's going to be false, data is null. And in the message, we want to say if error is instance of error, then let's do error dot message, else error processing file, for instance. This is going to be instance of. All right, so we have done a lot. Let's test our code. So let's refresh the page here and now upload this file. Let's hit transcribe. Upload has begun. Then transcribe uploaded file is not defined. So we haven't imported the file. So let's see. Let's export this and then import the file here. All right. So now let's do this again. Let's add this file. Upload has begun. And here it's saying that it cannot read file URL. So let's just make sure that the response got printed here. So if I look for response, it is an array of 0th element. So we try to destructure something here. But if you take a look at our API itself, so for example, if you go to app, UploadThing and route or core, here we are not returning the file itself. So let's return the file directly. This way, we could access name as well over here too. So let's try this again. Let's transcribe. So its upload has begun. Transcription is in progress, which is awesome. And let's see what happens. It's taking a second here as it tries to get the transcriptions. And if everything works as expected, then we should see transcriptions here. So we take a look at our terminal, we do see transcriptions here as well. But notice how this specific toast has not gone away. And that's because we haven't moved it to the next state yet, for instance. So we can also add a timer as well for it to disappear. All right, so now let's just go here to our file, the transcribe uploaded file, and then let's change things up a little bit. So from upload actions, we are returning the transcriptions and the user ID, for instance. But for some reason, things did not go as expected. So we got the transcriptions and we are returning the transcriptions here. So we could try to destructure data. We can say data is going to be null, message will be null as well, and from result, or it's just going to be empty. For response, we can just say any here. All right, so now let's just do the same thing. If there's no result or there is no data and no message, then let's return a toast here. So we can say toast, and then again, an unexpected error occurred. And then in the description, we will add an error during transcription. Please try again. An error occurred during transcription. Please try again, for instance. All right, so now if everything works as expected, then it's pretty good. But if there is data, then we need to move on to the next step, which is we need to let the user know that now we are working on generating the AI blog post. So let's use this robot emoji and say generating AI blog post. And here we can say, please wait while we generate your blog post. All right. So now this works as this is probably going to work. And then we can move on to the next step, which is to generate the blog post as well. But before we do that, let's also handle one more error here. So first, let's just log the error to the console, saying that error processing file and the error, for instance. But if the error is instance of OpenAI error dot API error, which can happen where the error dot status is in fact 413. And if we take a look at 413 status code, it just means that the size of the client's request exceeds the server time limit. So for some reason, it's say something wrong with the file, it's taking way longer. Then in that case, we can just say success is false. Again, a similar thing here. And in the message, we're going to say file size exceeds the max limit of 20 megabytes. That's it. All right. So now let's move on to generating the blog post. So this is where we will go ahead and generate the blog post. So we can say generate blog post action. And for this, we are going to give it the transcription, which is going to be data.transcriptions and user ID as well. It's going to be data.user ID. And the reason why we're giving it the user ID, it's because so that we can update database as well as part of this. So just like we created this specific function, let's also create another function and call this generate blog post action, for instance. And generate blog post actions is gonna take transcriptions and it's gonna take user ID. Now, the type of that is gonna be transcriptions is going to be text and then string, and then user ID is just gonna be string. All right. So this is where we want to just say if transcriptions are provided, then let's generate the blog post itself. So this is where we can use the chat GPT completions API. So if we go to completion, chat GPT completions API, we have an example here which is very relevant to what we want. So we can just copy this. And this is exactly what we're looking for. We want the chat completion itself. And in here, we're going to have the role system. But in content, I'm going to give you a prompt that you want to enter here. And this is basically telling ChatGPT that, hey, you are a skilled content writer that converts audio transcriptions, and we're giving detailed instructions to create the blog post. And for the user, we are also going to give a bunch of content as well. Again, we don't need an assistant here. We just need the user. So for the content, we're just going to paste this here. Now, transcriptions can be passed here. And for user posts, for now, let's not pass anything. Or we can just say user post is something we will fetch later on. And this is to basically give context to ChatGPT that, hey, this is the tone of the user in the past, so just follow that. We can say empty for now, for instance. All right. So now we don't have to worry about this squiggly line right now. We can keep it as is. But these are the instructions that we're giving it to ChatGPT. And here we can just turn or just say const content is gonna be completions choice 0 dot message dot content. All right, so that's the content for this specific function. Now we could just extract this whole thing and say generate blog post, for instance. So we can say we don't need to export this one, so we can just say generate blog post with this value, and return is gonna be this itself. So now we can say const completion will be this. So we need the transcriptions and the user posts as well, for instance. And we can get rid of these two, and generate AI blog posts can pass in transcriptions and user posts, for example. Right. So let's also type this transcriptions as well as user posts. All right. So now transcriptions is just gonna be string, and user post is gonna be a string as well. Whoops, wrong spot. Transcription is gonna be string, and user post is also gonna be a string. And we also are gonna pass in OpenAI, which is gonna be OpenAI. But because OpenAI is already in context, we don't need to pass it in. All right, so now over here, we can just pass in transcriptions and user posts, for instance. And in the case of transcriptions, we're gonna pass transcriptions is gonna be transcriptions dot text, for instance. And user post is gonna be an empty array, or just the user post that we have here. All right. So now we have the completion working, or we have the code ready to go. So we can just recall this blog post, and we can say if the blog post does not exist, then again follow the same principle. Success is going to be false, and message is going to be blog post generation failed. Try again. Let's just say, please try again. All right, so now we have the blog post ready too. So we can just console log the blog post here as well. So this is just going to give us the blog post. And remember, we also asked ChatGPT to give us in Markdown format. So we don't have to worry about essentially converting anything. All right, so now let's just enter this information, hit transcribed, upload has begun, then transcription is in progress, which is awesome. Generating AI blog posts, which is great as well. And let's see what happens. If we head to the terminal, we see our markdown generated blog post. So it is correct. Mastering Zod is in fact the video because I am talking about Zod. So the blog post makes a lot of sense. So now we can just extract the title and the content from the blog post itself. But I'm very happy that everything is working as expected. So let's grab the title and the content parts. We're going to grab it by saying blog post dot split, and we will essentially get it. We're going to split by 2n, or it's going to be empty. This way, when we insert the post inside NeonDB, we could just directly get it. All right, so now this is where we can make the database connection, for example. So this is where NeonDB will come in. So we can just say SQL is going to be await get database connection. So let's see what we call it. It is get DB connection. So we can create the connection here, and let's just get the post ID will be await SQL and the query. But again, let's just call this save blog post. And let's create a new function here and call this async function save blog post. And we can pass it the user ID, which is going to be string. We can pass it the title, which is string, and content, which is also string, so that we can save it. Pass in user ID, title, and content, which is going to be the blog post itself. All right, so now let's add a try catch block here, and we can log the error, for example. So we can say error saving blog post, and then this is where we could just console log the error. And this is where we can again move this database connection here and say something like post equals await SQL. And this is where we can insert into post table with user ID, title, and content. And then we have the values to be user ID, title, and content. And we just want to return the ID itself. So we can say returning ID. We don't want to return everything else. We just want to know that the post has succeeded. And this is where we can return post dot, or we could just get inserted post and then inserted post dot ID itself. All right. So now we can just move this code all the way here, and we are going to save the blog post here. Now, if everything works as expected, for instance, then we can just navigate to a new path as well. But we can do that later. So, what we want to do is if you go to the Speakeasy AI, let's go to any of the posts. For instance, we want to go to post slash a dynamic ID so that we could view the post and make any edits as well. So let's go to logged in route dashboard, or we don't have a post page at all. So let's create it. So we can say posts, and inside that, in order to create a dynamic ID, let's create an ID here. Now let's call this page.tsx, and we can call this post page, for instance. And frankly, over here, we could just get the information and we can redirect the user here after the post has been successful. So, in order for us to access the URL, we can just get the params from the URL, because what we want to do is we want to get the URL params from here. So, for example, if I click on this post, we want this specific ID, which is going to be the dynamic ID of the post, and that's going to be the database post ID itself. So here we want to just say params, grab the ID, which is going to be a string. And we always want to check if there's a user or not, for instance. So we can say if user, then await current user from Clerk. And let's say there is no user, we want to always return redirect to slash sign in. And redirect, in fact, comes from next navigation. We also want to make this a async function as well. Again, we want to do the same thing in dashboard too, because I don't think we're doing it here. And we can just say if there's no Clerk user and import redirect. We have it here too, and that's it. Now, this is where we could just run the SQL query to get the post. So we can say SQL, again, get the database connection, which is going to be await get db connection, for instance. And here we want to write a SQL query, where we're going to say select from posts where user underscore ID equals, which is going to be user ID from Clerk, and the ID, that means the blog post, is going to be ID from params. So we can destructure ID here. There you go. So now we have the post content itself. We can pretty much just JSON stringify it for now. So we can just say JSON.stringify posts. This way we know what exists in the post table. Now going back to our upload action, this is where we could just navigate the user, redirect to /post/post ID. Now here's the thing, post ID needs to be created here. You can say post ID equals null, and once the blog post gets saved, then we redirect the user. And we also want to make sure we are clearing any cache as well. So for that, we are going to use revalidate path. Again, we are going to do /post/post ID, for instance. All right. So now if everything works as expected, we should be able to then just get redirected. So let's just go here, insert the blog post. It's the same blog post, so the Zod one. So we have upload has begun, transcription is in progress, hang tight, our digital wizard is sprinkling magic, which is pretty awesome. Now we are generating the AI blog post, so we are in this specific step, and now we got redirected to /undefined. So we need to fix that, and we're getting the query itself. So we need to fix that here because we're not awaiting it, but it's undefined. So we haven't done a good job redirecting the user here. So now let's see what happened. So if we go to save blog post, we got the database connection. We have the inserted post. So we want to say insert into post, and let's see the command line to see if there are any errors. And there is in fact a error here. It says error saving blog post, null value in column user ID. So user ID apparently is null for this one. So let's make sure that we are passing it correctly here. So we have user ID, which we get from generate blog posts. And let's make sure that our upload button does pass in the user ID. So we have data.user ID here, which we get from. So if we log the user ID and we were logging the data. So if I clear this, we don't have the data anymore. And if we transcribe the file, let's make sure that we are returning the user ID as well, which we do have from server data. So let's add a condition here that if there is a user ID, then only we want to perform any of these operations. All right, so let's try again and let's upload this file, and then transcription is in progress. So now if we take a look at blog post, we have the blog post and the user ID is undefined. So if we go to the core service here and try to get the user, and let's just say the opposite here. So let's just upload a file. Let's just upload a file, transcribe. And if we take a look, we do have a user ID. So we have a user and we have an ID there. So we have user and ID, and this is the user ID itself. And it does say upload completed for user ID. So we can say upload completed for user ID. So user ID does exist. All right, so that's good news. And now if we take a look at our upload form, and if we take a look at resp, for instance, so if we clear this and upload has begun, we should see resp here. And the resp is 0th element server data file. So we need to call this user ID, and that's a mistake that we made here. So now if we go back and refresh the page, this time it will work because now user ID does exist. Upload has begun, is in progress, generating AI blog post, and it's an empty object. So if we take a look at the code, we got the blog post, for instance, but we haven't been able to retrieve it here. So if we take a look at the Neon console, and let's go to the tables and let's go to posts, the good news is that the post did get created, which is awesome, but the user ID doesn't necessarily match. So let's see. We have F9, whatever. So let's just take a look at what we are doing in the ID page. So we're saying select from posts, and now that case matters, but just want to make sure. And let's just say add our asterisks here. And look at that. Isn't that amazing? Now we have been able to select all the posts. And lastly, what we want to do here in the upload form, the fact that generating blog post is completed, we also want to say, hey, it's actually done now. So let's copy this and paste it here. And instead of generating blog posts, we will say celebration, woohoo, your AI blog is created, for instance, with party, so with more party emojis. And in the description, we will add time to put on your editor hat, click the post and edit it, for instance. And you can add as many emojis as you like here. You can close this. So now you can see the blog post has been rendered as well. Now, before we wrap up this part completely, we just need to get the user post and pass it in. So if we go to upload action, right now we are not getting the user post at all. So let's just add that. So again, just like we have save blog posts, we also want to get the user post. Now we had created a similar query here. So we could copy that query, which is this one. We're getting the database connections, and let's go back to our upload action and let's say get latest posts, for instance. Paste this. We definitely want our user ID here, which we already have. So we can pass that in. And we just want all the posts from the specific user. But let's limit it as well. So let's go back. I closed it by mistake. Get latest post here. So I'm going to say select from posts or select the content from posts where user ID is user ID, and then order by the created at date with descending, and we also want the limit to be 3. We don't want to, because if the user adds 10 posts, we don't want 10, we just want 3 for AI to really understand. And this is where we can say post.map posts and then get the content from posts. And then we can join it, because remember there are a bunch of new lines here, and return that. Now, one last thing is, let's just wrap this whole thing in a try catch block. So if there are any errors, we are handling it. And we can say error is gonna be error getting user blog post and the error itself. Perfect. Now, instead of having just this, let's just call get user get blog post. What did we call it? Generate blog post, get latest post, and pass in the user ID itself. So if it's undefined, we can always a string here. So now we are passing in some context as well. So our upload functionality is looking pretty good. So we have the transcribe file, we have generate blog post, we are also storing it in the database. So now one more piece is to show it in the Markdown editor itself. So let's implement that now. So right now, in order for us to edit our blog post, we need some sort of a richer editor than just stringifying the content and showing it on under the page. So for that, we're gonna use a really cool tool called as MDX editor. It's going to allow us to give Markdown editing. So if we try it live, we could edit it directly. For instance, that's exactly what we want. We want to give users a seamless experience. So let's get started by installing it. So let's copy this and install DX editor. As it's installing, let's restart our server. And now for the Next.js app router, this is exactly what we need to do. First, we need to create this MDX editor. So in components, we are going to create an upload, or we could also just create a new folder called content. And in there, we are going to create a new file and call this mdxeditor.tsx. It's literally going to be a copy of all of this, and paste it. So we are importing a bunch of plugins here. We're initializing the MDX editor, and we have a bunch of plugins here that we're configuring as well. Now, the next step is to create a forward ref editor as well. So what we are going to do is, inside of content, we are also going to create a new file called as forward ref editor.tsx. And we're going to copy this and move it inside forward ref editor. Import dynamic from next dynamic. And this is going to be the MDX editor file itself. Again, let's import a bunch of imports here, for instance. Again, we're not doing anything fancy. We're basically following the documentation here. Now that this is done, we could pretty much just get the content. So let's create a new file here and call this index.ts file. And again, this is going to be a React component, and we can call this content editor, for instance. For now, this could be in a div, and we need information here. So for example, when we look at post ID, right now we're just JSON stringifying it. So let's just call content editor here. And let's pass in the post that we get itself. Let's wrap it up in a div. The content editor doesn't take posts yet, so let's tweak that. And post is just gonna be an array. For now, let's just say any. And now let's just add a div here, and we wanna get information from the post. So we can wrap this up in a PG gradient, or let's just keep it as is for now. And then we want to use the forward ref editor itself, because that's exactly what we had created here. So that's what we will be using, forward ref editor. Now, forward ref editor is going to come from this one here. So we can just look into importing it and then close this first. The import is not popping up, so let's just forward ref editor from dot slash component slash content slash forward ref editor here. Now we can pass the markdown to this post 0 dot content, and that's it. We have our array of content and title here. Title and content are going to be string. So now if we refresh the page, let's see what happens. So now that we have the forward ref editor here, let's refresh the page and see what happens. Oops. So let's refresh the page again. And if we take a look at the content editor, just call this content editor. Save it. Now you can see that post got rendered as a markdown file. So I could update it and so on, and it still works as expected. So now we could give it some class name here to make it a bit more interesting. So we're also going to give it a markdown content class name so that we could style this specific file further. So we can say border gray, border 2p4, rounded md, animate in, ease in out, and duration 75. There you go. So now it's looking a little better, for instance, than before. But we still need to style markdown content so that whenever we were to pass in anything, really, it works and it looks pretty. So if we go to globals.css, this is where we are going to markdown content styling. Now, I'm not going to type every single markdown content file. I'm just going to paste the value here. So definitely feel free to grab it from GitHub. But this should give you an idea why we need it. So if I refresh the page, you can already see that the blog post is looking so much better. If I zoom in and so on, it still works. Now let's also give it a flex, justify between items center, border B2, border gray 200 slash 50 PB4. And let's give it a div with an H2. And this is where this is where we'll say edit your post. You can say pencil, edit your post. Now, class name. The content editor cannot necessarily go here. So let's just wrap it up in another div. And we can move the content editor out. This way, edit your post is right there. And for H2, we're going to say text to Excel, font bold, text gray 800, MB2, flex, item center, and gap 2, for instance. So we have edit your post is looking pretty good. Similarly, we need a class name P, which is going to be of gray 600. And this one we can say start editing your blog post below, for instance. So the idea is that now if I want to just fix the spelling mistake by AI, or I don't know, I just don't want certain things, for instance, then I could just easily fix that over here. And that is where the edit functionality is going to be very useful. All right. Now we have the content editor here. Now let's give it a class name so that it aligns better. Full max W screen Excel PX 2.5. Large is going to be PX0, MB12, and MT28. Let's save it. And now you can already see that the blog post is looking pretty good. You can see it's pretty much aligned. We can add the buttons here next, but you can see that we can edit whatever we want here. But again, because we haven't implemented any edit functionality yet, any update functionality yet, the blog post still stays, our spelling mistakes are still there. All right, so now that we have this, let's look at implementing and the edit text functionality with Markdown. Now, whenever we make any changes, we also need to be able to update it. So we need to do this in the content editor itself. We need to store some state in here so that whenever user is making any changes, we basically save that in a state. And then once they click on update text, which is the case here, then we could fix it, for instance. So first of all, let's wrap this up in a BG gradient so it looks pretty. For instance, you can see there's this nice gradient now. And let's create a new state here and convert this component into a client component because we are using use state. So we can say content, set content, use state, for instance, and this is where we will just store the content initially. Now we can create a handle, call that handle content change, which will be of value of type string. Again, this is a handler for, you can think of handle change content value. All right. Now we would get the content from this specific editor itself. So what we need to do is add a on change handler here and trigger handle content change here. So if we log it, we should be able to see the new value. So I'm going to tweak the text. If I open up the terminal, then as we tweak the text here, and then let's move this value outside, or let's just move content here, for instance, and let's change it to Zod. And then here, let's create another state called as is changed, set is change. And then this way we can track any loading states as well. So we can say set is change is equal to true, for instance, if you want. So in order for us to make any changes, we need to wrap this up in a form and add a button here, for instance. This button would essentially tell us that, hey, things have changed and we can update them. And we will be using a server action for it. But because we also want to know as the text is getting updated, we will also be using a hook called as use action state, or we can call it use form state for now. It's going to change to, the name is going to change it to use action state. So there we will have set state and form action. And here we'll have set form state. And let's store the upload state, for instance. We'll create that upload state. And this is going to be form data, for instance. And this will essentially be here. Use form state. There you go. And then in here, we are going to have a function called as update post. This will essentially be unknown, and this will be of type upload action, for instance. And we will also take in a initial state here. So let's define all of this so you have a better understanding. So initially, initial state is gonna have success is false, for instance, and success will be set to true by this one, by our action itself. Then we will also have the upload state, which is also gonna be success equals false. Now this is a type, but this is a type, so this will be a boolean, but this is gonna be the value itself. Now the type of upload action is gonna be, it's going to take in state, which is going to be of type upload state that we saw, success, and then form data, which is of type form data. And in return, it's going to return a promise of upload state. Now we're going to keep it very simple. All we need to know from the API is, hey, does this thing update, has this thing updated or not? Did we update the post or not, for instance? So that's exactly what we need. So here we can just say form action or update post action. And this specific action doesn't exist yet, but let's just create a new file called as edit.actions.ts, call it use server, and let's just call this, let's export this as well. Let's just call this update post action. Now, update post action will be imported, for instance. Now, update post action also will need a post ID so that it knows what to update. So we're going to pass in a post ID as well. But the challenge here is, in order for us to pass in a post ID inside of update action, but at the same time hook into the state of use form state, because use form state does allow us, it does tell us that, hey, if this specific server action is loading or not as well. So what we need to do is we need to bind it. So we can say update post action with ID, and this is where we're going to say bind. First it's going to be null, but then we will pass the post ID. It's going to be post0.id, and then pass the content as well. So this way we telling update post action that, hey, take the post ID and take the content as well. Now content is going to be this value, and update post ID is in fact going to be this other value. Now, if we go here into date post action, let's turn this into a data, for instance, and let's call this content as a string as well. Perfect. Now, we are saying that we also need to type this as well. So we say that, hey, the ID also exists. All right, we have done a lot. So we are going to copy this and pass it here. And this way, the right action will get triggered. So now let's add the code for update post action. So now, first of all, let's destructure it. So we can say post ID and content, or the opposite, post ID, content equals data. Now we want to get the user here. So we can say await current user from Clerk. If there is no user, then let's just throw new error, or we could pretty much redirect directly from here itself. So you can say slash sign in. All right, so now let's just get the SQL connection, DB connection, and this is where we just need to update it. So we can say update post set content equals content where ID equals post ID. That's it. That's all we need to do. And if everything works as expected, then we want to revalidate the path. That means we are going to clear the cache, because by default, Next.js caches everything. So if we want the page to immediately show the latest data, then we want to make sure that we are revalidating the path as well, which is going to be the post ID. And this is where we are going to return success as true, because everything worked as expected. Now let's also wrap this up in a try catch statement. So move all of this here. Revalidate path, in fact, needs to be outside, but everything else, and this as well, but we update it. If everything works as expected, then we say error occurred in the post, and we can pass in the post ID itself. And this is where we would actually be returning success is false, because it's not true. It didn't work as expected. All right, so now we have the update post action as well. So all we need to do is add a button here. So we have a form, and now let's create a new div and call this button. But now if we want to hook into the state of this specific server action, we cannot have button directly in here. We need to wrap it. We need to create a separate component in the same file called as button, submit button. And here we will say, we'll create a new function called as submit button, and this one will return the button itself. And that's how it works. So we cannot use form status directly here, and we are going to hook into use form status as a way to get the loading states. So we can say pending is equal to use form status, and the button will have the following class name. There you go. This button is going to be really nice and shiny. And then if it's pending, oops, not here, but a disabled state will be if it's pending, for instance. All right, and then we are going to say here post, for example, or text. State post is actually better. So let's just do that. So now the minute I say Zod and I hit update post, let's refresh the page just to see changes there or not, and it hasn't worked yet. So if we go back to our terminal, we haven't added type as submit. That is why this button did not work. So now if I change it and say update post, you could see the loading state instantly. So if I change this and update post, you could see the loading state, but if I refresh the page, it did not work. So we made a mistake. If we take a look at generate blog post, we have this specific statement that we don't need. Who won the World Series in 2020 is not something we want to add for ChatGPT completion. So it definitely was a copy pasting mistake. And over here, we need to add two more things. We need to add temperature, and we want it to be 0.7 approximately, as higher values will make the output more random. So let's just state that. And max tokens will be the total length of input tokens and generated tokens, for example. So that we are going to say it's going to be 1000. This way we don't want a really long blog post. All right. And this itself can, in fact, impact the way this specific DX editor updates things. So I'm going to refresh the page here. And now if we turn backspace and update post, and let's say I refresh it again, it did in fact update it, which is exactly what we are looking for. So our update post functionality is working correctly. So now we can hook into, just like the Speakeasy AI. Right now, for example, this specific blog post, elevate your front end development with Wheat, the next generation tooling. Let's say I want to remove tooling and I just want to fix the spelling, and I hit update text. You can see this updating status that got updated. So what we can do for that is essentially just go here and tweak our status. Right now we're just saying update post, so we can just say if it's pending. So we already know the state itself, if it's pending or not. Then we can add a span with a loader to icon and say updating, for instance. Else, we can say something else. We can say update post or text. And update text as well will also come with a span with a pencil icon, just to design exactly what we are building here. And this one will come with a edit to icon from Lucid React. And let's add that too. All right, so if it's pending, it's loaded too. Let's give it some styling here. So we can say flex, item center, justify center. The same styling, we could also give it to edit to text as well. And for loader 2, let's give it W5, margin right 2, and animate spin. Same thing for edit as well. We could give it this similar style except animate spin. All right, so now if we go back to our application and let's say we fix the spelling of what is Zord and hit date, you can see the date functionality change. There's a pencil icon here as well. And if I refresh the page, we shouldn't see the same spelling mistake that we had earlier. Awesome. So we can basically just ship this blog post after we correct a bunch of spelling mistakes here too, which is exactly what we're looking for. Now, initially when we refresh the page, the button needs to be disabled because so that the user can see that, hey, this specific text needs to be updated. Once you start typing in it, then the button gets active. So you could easily implement that functionality. So that's definitely a homework for you there. All right, so now submit button is looking pretty good. So now we could go ahead and add export functionality here. So right next to the submit button, we can say again button, and this button would be export. Now let's also make sure that it aligns well. So we can say flex gap 4, for instance. And again, let's tweak the class name here. Feel free to grab the styling for all of this from GitHub. But essentially what we're doing is we are adding nice gradient, BG gradient to R from amber to amber. Hover, it again changes the direction. So it looks pretty cool. On hover, we are also increasing the size of it, which is with scale, and so on. Now, with export, let's also give it the download icon as well from Lucid React. And let's give it the class name of w5, h5, and margin right 2, for instance. So now users can see that you could basically just export it. But nothing is going to happen once you click on this button. And so for that, let's add the functionality for on click, and let's let handle export handler tackle that. So let's do handle export. Oops, let's see, we have a function here or a const function here. Nope, function. Let's just go with handle export equals and then add that. All right, so now the way this function is going to work is it's going to basically get our blog post and then create a blob, which will then create, through which we will create a URL and then get users to download it, for instance. So the way we will write this code is, let's say file name will be post 0 dot title, and if that doesn't, whoops, or it's going to be called blog post, and this can just close here with dot markdown, and we can just close this entire thing here, right? And then let's say blob is going to be new blob with content in it, and then the type is going to be text slash markdown. This will really allow us to create a file, for instance, and we are going to set character set to be UTF-8. Now, then we're going to get the URL. We're going to create it. So create object URL is going to be blob. And then the link is going to be document dot create element and a tag. Then we're just going to add the link here. So we are basically getting the users to click on it, and we are basically trying to create that type of a scenario here. So download is going to be file name, document.body.append child link. Then we are going to get to click the link, and then we're going to say document.body.remove child, again a link. And then we are going to URL dot revoke object URL. So we're going to clean it up. And let's wrap this up in a use callback. So this is just going to return a memoized version on the callbacks, which only will change if one of the values in the array changes, which is going to be, we only want to run this function if content changes and post changes. And let's import that from React. All right, so now mastering Zod, for instance, if exported, it has exported that specific file itself, for instance. So instead of title, we could also get the content. Now, if you take a look, it is actually the old title, not the new title that we set. And that's because we haven't really updated the title. But for now, that's okay. We're storing titles separately in the database. If we go here to the database and let's say we refresh the page, then it's in fact this specific title. We could update our function where in edit actions, we set the content to be this, and we set the title to be the title itself. So the title could be title equals, and similar to how we did it in upload actions, we got the title out from here. For instance, we got it to split the title, so we can just get that, and this is just gonna be content. And now this is allowing us to update the title as well. So now if I update text and then download the file, it's in fact object, which is not what we want. So if we log the title here, for instance, and let's just comment the line for now. And now if I update text, let's see what we get. Title is in fact the title. So instead of and, we could just use comma here. So now if we update the text and let's download the post and let's log the title here. If we clear the page and update the text, the title is in fact this specific value. So we could strip it and get the second value. And here we will say dated title. And now when we log the title, and let's also say trim, for instance, to remove any spaces. And now if we update the text and download it, should not be 2, it should be in fact 1 because it starts with the index. And now if we refresh the page, for instance, the title is matching. So it is in fact mastering Zod in 5 minutes. So now if I update the text and if I refresh the page, then the title is in fact correct. So our code for updating the title is working accurately. So now if we go back to the content itself, here we could just get the title and set it. So now if I export it, look at that. Now we have the new title from the post, which is exactly what we're looking for. So our download functionality is also looking pretty good. Now I know the alignment is a little different in this one than this one, but we have tweaked it a little bit itself. So we can now update the designs to make it look exactly that. So here we can say class name is going to be opacity 20 to reduce the opacity. And if we go back to the original content here, we can keep everything as is. Now we can always move this inside the content editor itself. This way it all belongs together. So here we could just add it, for instance, and then give it flex call gap 2, for instance. And for the page itself, here we could just say empty. So right now it is a little zoomed in, so that's why it's looking like this, but it pretty much looks the same. And we can make it look exactly like this one by aligning the buttons to the right. For instance, it's totally up to you, whatever you want, but then we could close the div after the button, for instance. And that's it. So this way our blog is looking pretty nice. Now let's create a post page, because right now when we go to your post, it just directly takes us to hash post, which doesn't exist. So first let's tweak the header. So it goes to /post. So now if I go to /post, it should return a 404, which works. And now let's create a new page.tsx file here. And this is where we can call it page, for instance. And now we can actually render your post, for instance, over here. So for example, if I say your post, then your post does get rendered. So our page has been created. So let's just now add more details to it. Similar to this one, we could grab all of this. We also need the database connection. So let's grab all of this and whoops, paste it here. This needs to be an async function, async page, current user. You're going to redirect and get the database connection. Now let's write a query for getting all the posts for that specific user and displaying it. So here, let's just say await, select asterisk from posts where user underscore ID will be user.id. And then we can just map it here. You can say post dot map post, and then here let's just wrap it up in a bg gradient. Let's give it a key of post.id, and then let's just give it some div with an h2 of post dot title, and then we can give it a paragraph tag for post dot content. But we don't want to show everything here. We want to only show the few bits, for instance. So we can just say /n, and then let's slice it and then join it. And then let's close this one. All right. So now you can already see that posts are displayed here. Let's also give it a grid. Grid calls 1, MD, grid calls 2, large is going to be grid calls 3, and gap is going to be 6, for instance. And all of this needs to be inside here. So we're going to wrap with the class name of this in a div, for instance. And now let's just give it the styling that we need so that we don't show this much text on the screen. So rounded large, P6, hover is going to be shadow large, transition shadow, and then duration is going to be 300. You can already see that the styling is coming into effect here. For heading 2, it's going to be text XL, font semi-bold, gray, 600, or let's just make it a little darker, 800, Markdown 2, and truncate. So if it's gonna overflow, then it's just gonna truncate the text. Similarly, we don't want to show this much text. We only want to show limited text. So let's do something about that too. So we can say 600, text is gonna be small, MB4, and this is where we will use a really beautiful utility from Tailwind, which allows us to cap off the text to 3 lines. There you go. All right, so now lastly, let's add a link tag, which is using the link component from Next.js, and let's say read more. Now this needs an href, so we can say this is going to be /post/post.id. And this is gonna be right here, for example. And let's add some styling to it, to which we're gonna say text purple 600, hover text purple 800, and then font medium. There you go. So now the styling is there. We could add a arrow right icon as well if we want. So we could say something like this too. And let's just make it W4H4 as well. We are improvising it a little bit. In the original, we don't have it. So it's up to you if you want to add it, but let's just say flex gap 2. For example, item center, justify center. Item center is pretty good enough. You can make it W5, H5, and so on as well. And for this one, I'm going to say padding 2. This way it's a little smaller, and let's just give it gap 1. All right, so now we have this specific text. If I click on read more, it takes me to the specific blog post. Now let's also style your posts as well. So let's just say H2. This can be in fact H3. Now if we say H2, it's gonna have text to Excel, font semi-bold, text gray 800, and margin bottom 2. And lastly, let's give it a main tag, a main. And this one is just gonna have the overall page padding itself. So we can say 2XL or XL, padding X 2.5, large PX0, or MB12, MT28, for example. All right, look at that. It's looking so much better. So in a desktop, it's in fact gonna take the grid layout. The grid layout is gonna come and play. Whereas in mobile, it's just gonna show in one column, which is exactly what we designed here. Now, let's say there are no posts at all. Then in that case, we could add additional styling here. So we could say here that a p tag, you have no posts yet. Upload a video or audio to get started. Similarly, we can add a link here, and it's gonna directly just go to dashboard, for instance. Text purple, hover is gonna be 800, font medium, flex, gap is gonna be 2, and item center. This one's gonna say go to dashboard with arrow right, and this could be 4 with no padding top. So just for fun, I'm just gonna add this thing, and this is how it's gonna look. And let's give P as well some styling. Text gray 600, text large. Large is going to be text XL, MB4, and then line clamp to be 3. Now it has a bit more spacing as well. All right, so now it's looking pretty good. Let's take this back. Let's change it to equal 0 itself. So now if we go to your post, this is looking very similar to this one as well. So we could easily just add more posts if we want. We can upload a video here. We could look at your post. We could go to pricing. Then we can also just log in or log out, for instance. So app is looking pretty good. Let's get our app ready for production. So one of the first things is this fixing the styling. So if you go to dashboard, let's just get rid of this aspect completely because we don't want it to be so giant, for instance. Then if we take a look at our entire, it is looking really good. We have the ability to view post, edit post, for instance. So if I go to edit post, I could fix whatever I want. So for example, I don't want to add this and update the text. We have that to update text. I can export this specific blog post. If I refresh the page, again, it's gone. I'm able to update the text readily. If you can go to pricing, buy different subscriptions, for instance, we have integrated payment links with Stripe as well. We have integrated robust authentication with Clerk, added the sign in, sign out functionality, and wow, we have done a lot. So I really hope you're proud of yourself and you are excited for the next step, which is shipping our app to production. So before we do that, or as part of that, what we're gonna do here is notice how it says create next app. We should say Speakeasy AI. If you want to call this anything else, then it should say that as well. So let's just go to layout DSX file. This is where we actually define it. So we can say the title will be Speakeasy AI demo. You can call it whatever you want, whatever app you want to call it. And then we can say convert your video. And again, literally just copy this and paste that here. Immediately you can see the title has changed. And if we go back to the application and if we go to elements and go to the head page, head element, for example, on the page, then you should see description, which is convert your video. Additionally, we also want to add a favicon, which we already did. And that's because we stored our favicon and replaced icon.ico. So Next.js automatically picked it up. But if you want to be more specific, we could also just do icons, icon, and then it's going to be /icon.ico, which is exactly what we got. Then let's just set the canonical URL as well. This is going to be the main URL for your application. And this is where we want to just go to the constants file and add this code where we can say export origin underscore URL. And again, something similar, add this specific ternary const. If it's development, then we want it to be HTTP localhost 3000. But if not, then it needs to be whatever prod URL we may have, for instance. So because we're deploying this app to Vercel, hopefully we get Speakeasy AI for demo dot Vercel dot. So let's just hope that. But we need to tweak it if that's not the case and add it here. So we can say origin URL. Now the alternates, which will allow us to add the canonical URL, is gonna be origin URL as well. So now again, if we open up our Chrome DevTools and go to the head tag, there will be a canonical URL, which is right now set to localhost 3000. And the favicon is set to icon.ico, but in production, it will change. So the SEO part of the application is also done. Now, the rest of the pages, such as your posts, upload a video, they are all behind a authentication. So we don't want Google to discover them anyway, so we don't need to necessarily expose it. But if you really want to expose your pages so that one of the selling point is this also becomes a nice CMS for your users, that you could do that as well. For instance, you could add specific title and description for each of the blog posts as well. But that is not the goal for me and for our Speakeasy AI app. So we're going to keep it as is. So now the SEO part is also ready to go. So now let's just deploy our app. So we will be using Vercel to deploy our application, but feel free to use whatever you like. There are other good options as well. If you don't have an account, please sign up. But since I already do, I'm going to log in with Github, but log in with whatever options you want. Here, let's just create a new project. And I have a bunch of projects on GitHub. Oops, not this one. But we haven't necessarily pushed our project. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We will head over to the terminal and then git add a Git repository. So we will go to GitHub, for instance, click on new here. And here, let's just say no template. Owner is going to be me. And let's call this Speakeasy AI. So it's going to be public and we can set the description later on. I have already added a README, so I don't need to worry about it. We already have a git ignore. And I'm going to set the license later on. So let's just create a repository. Now here, I have already done these steps. I just need to connect it to a GitHub remote. But if you haven't pushed your repo, then you need to do all of these steps. So here, let's just paste the remote and just push our code. And if I refresh the page, then our code has successfully been pushed, but none of the n.local files are pushed, for instance. So we could just go here and now import the new project. And this is where you want to add your environment variables. Now, keep this in mind that this is going to be a production app. So you want to add production credentials. Now, I'm not going to be exposing my credentials here because they are production, but these are all the credentials you would need. So for Clerk, let's go ahead and deploy and create a production instance. So let's just go to our dashboard, and in the demo app, let's create a production instance. And the good thing about Clerk is you can just clone the development instance itself. So I'm just going to do that. And this is where you would need to add the application domain for where you want this app to live. In our case, let's create the production instance. And in our case, it's going to be speakeasyai.vercel.app, for instance. And I really hope that this specific domain is not taken, for instance. So let's just create the instance. Vercel.app cannot be used to production. So in this case, we would need to buy a domain and deploy that, for example. But we could go ahead and do that, or I'm going to show you how I did that for the other project. So in this case, in the Speakeasy project, I have a development instance, but I also have a production instance. Now, we could always just go to the domains, and this is where I was able to set up all my credentials. So Clerk gives you a step-by-step way to configure your domain. So for example, we set up for email, account portal, and the front-end API as well. Along with that, I could configure whatever I want. But again, just like we did, it was exact replica of the development environment. So I didn't need to do anything special. When it came to API keys, you want to get the API keys from here and paste that inside of your application, because the production API keys are going to be different than the development one. So this is what you want to use in on Vercel. On the other hand, for instance, we also need these values. So we could just copy this and then paste it. Now I'm just going to go with the development values themselves, but you want to actually use production values like I showed. Similarly, let's just copy all of this and paste it. Now, again, you want to replace all of these values with production values. The one thing I definitely want to show you is Stripe. Now, I am in test mode. So that is why I'm able to get a test URL. But the minute I go to production mode, I switch this off, I will get my customer URL for production. So that's the URL I want. At the same time, if I go to API keys, for instance, so if I search for API keys, when I turn this off, I want to get the publishable key and the secret key from production. Same for webhooks as well. I need to add the API endpoint, so we need to configure this. So in this case, it's gonna be speak easy ai.vercel.app, for example. And here we want to listen to checkout, session completed, and also subscription deleted, for instance, because those are the two events we want to listen to. And then let's just get the latest API version and add the endpoint. Now, app would already be listening to webhook events right here, so we could monitor it as well. But again, I added this in test mode. You need to add this in production mode and get this specific secret and paste it inside the webhook secret itself. Lastly, for NeonDB, we also have a production instance as well. So here we could just create a new database or just go here and copy the credentials for that for database URL. Same thing for upload key and app ID key. And lastly, for OpenAI key as well. Again, for OpenAI and upload thing, it doesn't matter too much because an upload service and also an OpenAI key. So keep that in mind. All this to say, you could first deploy it with existing values. So, for example, now that for Stripe, we have this specific secret, I'm going to go here and replace the webhook secret with this one, for instance, because the value has changed. Now, let's go ahead and deploy our application using all the development credentials, but remember to replace them with production ones. Now it's going to install all the dependencies and dev dependencies that we have. And once it's done, it's going to then start giving us a domain. So I'm hoping that the domain I chose is what I get, but let's see. So now it's basically running npm run. It's going to run npm run build, which allows us to run the production build environment. So now it's saying it cannot found this specific module. So let's make sure I have added that, for example. And for some reason, I didn't do that. So I'm going to push it now. And it's going to automatically kick off a new build here. So if you go to deployments, this is where all your deployments would be. The first one failed, but now we can monitor the build logs for the second one. Again, it's running npm run build to run a production build for environment. It's creating an optimized production build. So whatever can be pre-downloaded, it's going to just pre-download that data for us. It's linting and checking the validity of types. The other thing we can do is we could also run npm run build locally. Now you could already see here that it's complaining about certain types. So we can just go ahead and run a production build locally by grabbing npm run build. This is exactly what Vercel is doing, and we should have done that earlier. But this allows us to make sure that there are no errors. So here, for the posts, for instance, I'm just going to say any because they are from database. And let's run this again. Now you can see that again, there's another error. So let's take a look at that. This was resolved and the build was successful. So let's just fix types and let's push this change again. And the build was successful. So let's go ahead and check out what happens in our case. It's going to build again using the same way. Now, meanwhile, if you take a look at the project and domains, it has given us Speakeasy AI Vercel.app, which is awesome. So it was good that we set that same API up here as well. So now it's building project. It has created optimized build. It's compiled successfully. Now it's linting and checking the validities of type. Looks like the build is going to be successful as it's generating all the pages. And now it's deploying all the outputs and deploying it to our URL of choice. So hopefully it should be done soon. Assigning domain and voila, it's ready to go. There you go. So now we could go to the URL that we had, which is Speakeasy AI Versal app. It's redirecting us to sign in because the user has not signed in, for instance. But that's not what we want, right? We want user to be able to access the landing page. So let's fix that error here. So let's add that by saying this is going to be the route matcher. So for example, anything that has a dashboard in it, or it has slash posts in it. And then if we take a look at upload, it's going to be dashboard. It's going to be a protected route, but everything else is not going to be that. So we don't need to necessarily do anything for it. So if we take a look at our routes, we have the payments route, UploadThing, that's an API route. We have dashboard, we have posts, and so on. So everything else is fine. So let's just fix that error. So add Clerk auth URLs. And now let's push it again because we want to be able to navigate to home because that's where our landing page is. And now it's building our app again. It's going to run npm build and is already generating the static pages. So we can also see the status here. And there you go. So if we go to the app again, we are able to navigate to home, which is exactly what we want. And now if we click on sign in, see this is development mode. You want to use the production credentials. But for now it's okay. Let's just go to Google and sign in. And there you go. We have been signed in. And because I already had a post, this is what we get. We can read the post, and let's say I just want to say the power of schemas and update it. And if I refresh the page, the power of schemas stays. Similarly, if I go to pricing, we can get speak easy data and then make a transaction here. Again, this is test mode, so we could actually use 424242 and so on. I'm not going to do that, but everything works as expected, which is pretty awesome. So now it's your turn to ship a AI SaaS application and build those projects. So if you have any questions, please comment below and let me know. Join the Discord if you have further questions. Definitely check out my course that's coming up. But I hope you have a lovely day. Bye for now.